Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Tuesday, November 1st, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ORION, NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We have World Series, game number 3, Astros versus the Phillies, live play-by-play and reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Well, we're off to a good start. Megan is in the building. She made it to Sydney after a 17-hour flight on the phone. Getting ready to get into the hotel room. And we're off to a very good start, just like we were with Mr. Williams, donating $30 before the stream started. Bang! Now we got 31 on back-to-back days. Greetings from Sydney, fam. Made it after a 17-hour flight, which has left me jet lag to the extreme. I'm on the phone as I'm waiting to get in the hotel room, so I'm not sure how long I'll be on for. Go Phillies. Bang! Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Off to a very good start, just like yesterday. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much, Megan. We appreciate you. Safe travels, and hopefully everything works out, obviously, from your last leg home, from, obviously, Sydney to your hometown city. Thank you so much, Megan, in the building. Hey, we're already at 31. We were at 30 before the stream started yesterday, so we have a good chance to get to our goal or maybe even exceed the goal tonight. Hybrid in the building. What to do? Yeah, record number 10. Lots of pieces going to different teams. It's going to be very interesting to see how everything shakes out, obviously, as we're moving forward to the back end of the regular season. That is big facts. And we will discuss some of those moves, obviously, in the room between me and Sarah and the rest of you. Sarah's in the building. How are you? There we go. Good start. Good start. I mean, I know sometimes we start a little slow and it takes us maybe an hour or two to kind of get our feet underneath us, but we're off to a very, very good start, just like yesterday. And we exceeded the goal yesterday as well. 31 in donos. Let's go. Absolutely. Awesome for her to do that. Finley in the building. How are you? And I'll be doing World Series game number 3, game number 4 tomorrow, and game number 5, but we will be covering the Eagles beating the brakes off the Texans probably by 20 or 30. Normally I would do a football game over baseball, but when it ends up being the World Series and, you know, it might be the game where we actually crown a champ. No disrespect to the Eagles or the Texans. And normally I would do the football game first, but I already paid for the thumbnail. This game was supposed to be yesterday. So I figured, okay, game 4 will be, you know, Tuesday, game 5 Wednesday, and then I can just do the regular Thursday night football. So we're going to be doing a double dip, and we'll be covering both, but the primary will be World Series, game 3 tonight, game 4 tomorrow, and then game 5 on Thursday. And then if needed, I'll take care of obviously game 6 and 7, and that'll be on the weekend. Let's go. Let's go through some of the starting lineups that I got here as well. And hopefully we don't have any cheating by the Astros, because it definitely looked like there was some substances that were rubbed off onto the jersey, onto the pants. And if you actually watch Twitter and you actually saw, Wamber and some of these guys, it looked like he was reaching into his glove. And so instead of having it inside the hat, which a lot of guys like to hide, or in their hair, or in their, in the brim, or inside, it looked like he was rubbing from the inside of the glove, like there was a substance in there. And then you saw him kind of rub it off, rub it on his fingers, rub it on the ball. So we'll see what's going on. And I imagine the umpires know about this, and they may have to, I'm not really sure. They check the players after the end of the inning, every inning. But I mean, they're not doing like a full cavity search. They're not, tapping on the, legs, or, usually they look at the helmet, they take a look at your hands, and then they just let you go. But if they're not really looking like inside the mitt, inside the hat, these are the places that you need to be looking. And they might have started something there, because I'm not sure how many people were really hiding substances in the glove, right where you put your hand in there, because that's where he was reaching. And you saw him put whatever substance it was for grip on there. And I think the Astros would have won anyways in game 2, but it just so happens coincidentally that the pitcher had 9 Ks, and it's pretty hard to get to close to 10 Ks, 10 or 9 strikeouts in a World Series game after you saw Verlander get fucking rocked, and obviously he didn't cheat. So it makes you wonder. I hope that whoever wins, they're going to do it clean. Philadelphia has never had any allegations or accusations of cheating, right? And we know a lot of teams out there are kind of bending the rules, right? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's what they say. But the Astros kind of feel to me a little bit like the New England Patriots, where they feel they're bigger than baseball. They know they're good. And I feel like if they feel they can get away with it once, I feel that they're going to continue to try to bend the rules until they get caught and then play dumb. Oh, I didn't know there was a substance inside my glove. Yeah, right, buddy. So we'll find out, but hopefully it ends up being clean. Let's go through some of the photos that I have here prepped. And we got a lot to talk about, obviously, with a lot of the NFL trades on the trade deadline, and obviously this matchup here as well. So one sec here. Let's take the World Series logo down, and then we'll go through all of the photos that I have prepped for y'all today. All right, so let's start it off with a beautiful thumb. World Series, Astros, Phillies, game number 3. My boy Johnny, always doing fantastic work, and I'm helping pay for his snow tires, and he's helping me with the great presentation. Hopefully it ends up, driving more results. And it shows you can have a fire thumbnail. You can have a garbage thumbnail. It all depends on what YouTube wants. If they want to promote you, they're going to promote you. If they don't give a shit about you, then you just got to keep going and keep working harder. But it's kind of unfortunate where you can have something, top of the line on a scale of 1 to 10, thumbnail a 10, and it's still not driving, people here. Or giving notifications to the current fans, which is unfortunate because I am paying $35 for every one that I'm doing, but also I'm helping someone else in their dreams, being able to do thumbs full time and helping get snow tires. But hopefully, we get a little bit more of a breakthrough, and some have broken through and gotten more views than others, but then others are kind of lower, where if I made my own, we'd be getting around the same results. But I just have to feel, as long as I'm putting in the effort and I'm investing in myself, eventually, it's going to have to work, because you're going to catch the eyes of other people. And the better that your thumbnail is, the better chance someone has to click on your video. But not only that, not only is the thumbnail great, we have a great show. All right, we got great photos, and we got great mods and great people. So it's not one of those things where you click on a video and then you open it up and it's just dog shit. We definitely are top of the line, and we are one of the best channels on YouTube, period. All right, and that is big facts. So shout out to my boy Johnny. I love your work, and I'm going to continue using you. Leading off for the Houston Astros, Jose Altuve. And we already know that, he's been, a cheater in the past. Big slump. But now it looks like he's starting to find himself. Obviously, I'm not really a fan of Altuve or A-Rod, but I am happy to see him get out of his slump. I don't like seeing people struggle over and over and go 0 for 25. Even though this is the Mariners' rival, we will see Jose maybe light it up, because he started to see that light, that flash, that light bulb was like, okay, I need to change my stance. I need to change my timing. Jose obviously was a big part of the win in game number 2. Will he be a factor in game 3? We will find out. Leading off, Jose Altuve. Next up, batting second with the Gold Glove, first Gold Glove rookie winner, Jeremy Pena. And the only thing I have to say about that is Cal Raleigh, big dumper, got robbed for his opportunity for a Gold Glove. It should have went to Cal. But shout out to Jeremy Pena. You're the fucking man. You are one of the best rookies that I've ever seen. And Houston got a real one with you. I'm jealous. No lie. Even as a Mariner fan, we are jealous of Jeremy Pena. Batting third, the best clutch hitter at left, Yordan Alvarez. Batting fourth, Alex Bregman. Batting fifth, Kyle Tucker. Batting sixth, Yuli Gurriel. And a surprise switch in the lineup, batting seventh, David Hensley. Batting eighth, Chaz McCormick. Batting ninth, Martin Maldonado. And then on the mound, I got 2 fresh photos of Lance McCullers Jr., and he is the fucking man. He is so, so good. And then for the Philadelphia Phillies, we got leading off Kyle Schwarber. Batting second, Rhys Hoskins. Batting third, J.T. Realmuto. Batting fourth, Bryce Harper. Batting fifth, Nick Castellanos. Batting sixth, Alec Bohm. Batting seventh, Bryson Stott. Batting eighth, the former Mariner, Gene Segura. And batting ninth, Brandon Marsh, Mr. Duck Dynasty himself. And on the mound, Ranger Suarez. And then I got a few others that I decided to pop in here as well. Bryce Harper, this is an awesome graphic with the throwbacks. And then another Bryce if he ends up tearing it up when I can use another angle. And then if they go yard, or if Bryce goes yard or anyone does, we got the celebration photo. I got an additional one for JT Realmuto and one for defense for Gene Segura, just in case something crazy happens, like some kind of double play or some kind of diving catch. You want to make sure you're doing a little bit of both. All right, baby, your boy is here. Let's get the World Series logo back up, and we are ready to go. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. You guys are the best mod in planet Earth. Sarah Small, always repping the cause. It's you got to have people that support you. I'm Batman, she's Robin, and we're definitely kicking ass and taking names. Let's go. Yeah, I saw that. But at least he has a chance to win a ring now. And I know Zach Moss in return isn't that bad. You know, Naheem Hines is more of the pass catcher. Zach Moss is more of like a Jonathan Taylor. So hopefully Zach Moss can bring something. And I imagine that he can. So, maybe Naheem Hines is the better player. Altuve swings on the first pitch. Wow, diving catch. Oh my God. Did you see that? Okay. He's like, I'm going to swing on the first pitch. He started to find himself. Altuve, that would have easily been a single or maybe even a bloop double. And then you get great defense from Nick Castellanos. And he's always fucking doing this. Nice fucking job, Nick. One away. Let's go. Altuve, my goodness. Diving catch. My gosh. I love defense. I'm a defensive guy, so I love that. All right, Jeremy Pena, blooper. 2 away. God, defense is on point right now. Okay, baby. Bloop single there for Jeremy Pena. No. He tried to run it out, but was just too slow. Great defense right here. And you're going to usually get defense, by Alec Bohm or Gene Segura. Someone is going to make the play. Nice job. Good defense there. Next up, Yordan Alvarez. Okay, everyone in planet Earth is rooting for the Phillies, Brute Saint, right? We all are. Yeah, I know Packer fans are upset, but what's new? They didn't make a move again. What's new? And getting Chase Claypool ain't solving that fucking problem. And then they see TJ Hawkinson go to the Vikings. And the bottom line is, this is the beginning of the end for the Packers. You could say the same for maybe the Rams and the Buccaneers, but it's true. We know Aaron is on the way out. They never get pieces that they need in the draft or in free agency, and that's their fault for not having an owner, and they're owned by the people. I actually feel sorry for that franchise. It's one thing for the Bucs and the Rams to suck, but usually we'll make moves when needed. The Packers never make moves, and now they're slowly seeing in front of their very two eyes that the Minnesota Vikings are better, and they're going to be better for a long fucking time. It's just the reality, man. And Hawkinson, you did give up quite a bit, but again, Irv Smith is going to be out for 4 to 10 weeks, and it's looking like it's closer to that 6 to 10 range. They need a tight end, to be able to give them a spark so that way they can go to the playoffs for sure and battle with the Cowboys and the Giants and the Niners. Because right now, to me, I got the Eagles and then probably, the Niners are that sleeper team. Yeah, you got the Cowboys, you got the Giants, and you got some of these other teams that are maybe rated higher. But when it's all said and done, don't be surprised if it's Eagles, Niners in the NFC Championship game, or if they face each other prior, to the NFC Championship game. Alvarez fouled off. Let's go, baby. Yes, definitely a little surprising, but teams that are bad are getting rid of their money, so that way they can move forward. So Bot's in here early already, huh? Damn right, Eagles, John. Go Phillies. I saw that. I mean, 10 gold gloves is such an honor. But if you actually watched Nolan Arenado play, wherever, if you watched him in high school, you watched him in college, you watched him before he got traded over to the Cardinals, he's always been special. Bang! Struck him out. Suarez, punch out. Let's go. 1, 2, 3 inning. Swinging on that first pitch, right? Almost a bloop single or double. Nope. Good defense, obviously, by our guy. And you know who it is. Nick Castellanos. Second out, Pena went for a little dribbler. It was a no-go. And then you got struck at. And Alvarez really hasn't been as good as he was in the Mariners series. You can kind of see that he's still a great player, but he definitely isn't hot. He's not on fire like on NBA Jam or NFL Blitz when you do like a couple leg drops, couple elbow drops, and then you're just running around the field on the arcade, or you're playing 64 with your buddies, or you're shooting the threes and you got the flames behind you. Alvarez isn't hot anymore, but that doesn't mean he can't get hot. He is obviously one of the best pure hitters as a lefty in the league. That is big facts. And then obviously on the mound, we're going to have Lance McCullers looking fresh and clean. And 2 up for your Philadelphia Phillies. Leading off, Kyle Schwarber. Batting second, Rhys Hoskins. And batting third, J.T. Realmuto. Let's go. I'm excited, man. Let's go. Great start. That's what you need. I know, right? Early, too. And now the bots, are switching up. It's not necessarily adult content now. They're just flooding with whatever dating content, whatever content they want to, be able to attach to it. So I did see a thing on Twitter with Elon. So at first they were going to try to charge people like $20 a month. And then if you want to keep your verified, and then now it's supposed to be like $8, but then everyone's going to get it. Right. But if you're going to pay $8 to be verified, what happens if someone that's fake, right, just steals your profile picture, and then the only difference is you're at, and if it's like one letter off, then how are you going to solve that problem from all the bots and all the scammers and all the people that are fake if everyone's got a fucking verified check mark? So they got to figure out like a color scheme with the verified check mark. Blue, white, yellow, maybe some for political people, maybe for entertainers, maybe, they have to have like a color scheme. And I did see kind of like a theme on one guy that kind of drew up like a recommendation of 8 colors, depending on if it's like political, athlete, actor, or someone that's like an influencer. Everyone has their own little tiers, but I don't know if I want to be paying $8 a month on top of all the shit, but it would be good to get verified. But if everyone's verified, it kind of loses its own meaning. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'm verified, but so is Joe Blow down the street. So, because obviously that would be good, as far as like a prestige thing to be verified. But if they're just going to let anyone get verified, it definitely loses its meaning. And then there's going to be a lot more fakes and what out there as well. So we will have to wait and see. First pitch, 1-0 count. Thank you so much, Megan, for your generous dono. We got 30 from Mr. Williams before the stream started. Megan said, you know what? I'll do 31. Thank you so much. I appreciate you tremendously. Have a safe last end of your trip before you get home to your hometown. I know you're going to be there pretty soon. 1-1 count on Schwarber. Pizzle in the building. What to do? Hey, talk about making the most of that trade for the Trey Lance. You got the Bradley Chubb, and then you got Tyreek and Waddle. I don't know if there's been ever a better compensation for, a trade to get up Tyreek, Waddle, and now Bradley Chubb. And you guys have been drafting really well the last couple years. So now it's going to come down to, is Tua the guy, or are you going to try to go for a Lamar? or are you going to look a different direction? Probably depends if you make the playoffs this year as well to do that evaluation. But congratulations with that. How are you, Pizzle? Yeah, dude. And like I said, pretty soon, you've already leapfrogged New England. The Jets were trying to do it again this year, but if you guys don't make the playoffs, you'll probably make it next year for sure. And if you don't make it, it'll be like you're like neck and neck with one other team for maybe the last spot or one of the two last spots. But you guys have a bright future. I'm really excited to watch Miami Dolphin football moving forward, and that's facts. Walked them. There we go. McCullough's with the walk. I love seeing that. Lance. Sir Lancelot, no control, and he walked. The first batter, Kyle Schwarber. Love that shit. Next up, love this photo, Rhys Hoskins. Perfect snapshot. Love it. Let's go, Rhys. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Rhys. And I finally got all my photos off the desktop out of like the billion that I had. So that's nice. I got them in a folder now, YouTube photo folder. So my desktop actually looks like mountains, and it's got that nature, background there. Much better for my iMac instead of having this billion photos scattered across the desktop. 0-1 count. McCullough's on the mound. Hoskins in the box. Big rip. 0-2 count. Come on, Rhys. Let's go, baby. I need a Phillies championship, baby. Yep, that's what I was thinking too. He's pretty money, and he doesn't get rattled that often, Sir Lancelot. But if you can get runs within the first 3 innings, you're going to see his confidence waver a little bit, especially if you get some here in the first inning. If you get some in the first, there's a chance you can get them out, before the 6th inning. And for you guys to win this game, that might be ideal. But even if Lance goes 6, I still think you guys are winning this game, and you're going to go up 2-1. And again, if you guys just take care of business and win 3 games at home, you're fucking champions. So that's what I'm banking for. I'm rooting for you guys to the fullest. Just like I'll be rooting for you guys to win the Super Bowl. If it's not going to be the Bills and Eagles, Chiefs, one of those teams, Bills and Chiefs going against the Eagles, unless we have some craziness, where another NFC East team upsets them, or a team like Minnesota, or maybe a 49er team. It's going to get really dicey as we go into this back end, especially with all the trades. So, Sarah, if you got time, as we're just kind of vibing and hanging out, or if anyone in the room wants to do it, if you guys want to put in the 10 moves that happened today in the NFL, the person and then the new team that he went to, current team and then new team. If you guys want to do that for me, that would be great. So that way, everyone in the room, if you didn't get a chance to see those 10 names, that would be awesome. So that way we can kind of break those down visually one by one, and we can kind of go over them as a group while I'm doing the game here. And then if there's any other news, wrestling, baseball, basketball, Steve Nash got fired, so he doesn't have to worry about those dumbass questions about Kevin Durant and the team anymore. But Steve Nash firing was big. Ime Udoka sounds like with the sexual shit that he got suspended for with Boston, that's going to be their new coach. I'm not sure if that's really the example you want to set for Brooklyn, but they don't give a fuck, right? And then obviously all the moves during the trade deadline. It's been really crazy. This is the most moves we've had on the last day, and overall, it's been one of the more active trade deadline, as far as the amount of people that got talked about and moved. And obviously NFL history. So lots of movement. And it's cool. I like that, man. I mean, obviously when you see NHL, it's going to be more than this, but normally it's only a couple moves on the last day. And today we had like 10. Usually it's under 5. So it's pretty cool to see teams like, try to make a decision if they want to be a Super Bowl contender, a playoff team, making sure they keep their spot like Minnesota, especially if they're not going to have Irv Smith. Getting Hawkinson is amazing. He gets hurt a lot, But if he can stay healthy, that could be huge for Minnesota. I could see Minnesota in the NFC Championship game if they get lucky and they don't have to play, like Philly until that game. But there's going to be other teams that are going to say, wait a second. Okay, we know Philly will be there, more than likely the Eagles. But who's going to play them? Minnesota? The Niners? Cowboys? Can they even win a game in the playoffs? The Giants? And then there'll be a few others. We don't know. It doesn't look like the Packers, Bucks, or Rams are going to get there. But Seattle, we have to start talking about Geno Smith being an MVP candidate. And I don't need to talk about players to make a certain person happy or a fan base happy. The reality is, if you've been watching football, it's hard not to notice what the Seahawks are doing, and Geno, as well as Abraham Lucas, Charles Cross, and that team overall. I would not be shocked if Seattle makes the playoffs, and I wouldn't be shocked if Seattle wins a playoff game, because a lot of these teams are very evenly balanced besides the Philadelphia Eagles. So we'll find out, but it's going to be exciting for sure. Yeah, he's just fucking sour, just like every other Packer fan. What do you expect? The team's not going to make moves. They never pick the player you want. They never pick up the guy in free agency you want. They never make a move. And why would they? They're a shitty team like the Buccaneers and the Rams. Why would you make a move and give up your capital for a Chase Claypool where you're still going to keep losing? It's not going to help you win games. Like, really, do you think Chase Claypool's Jerry Rice? It's not going to bring you your offensive line problems and defensive problems and everything above that. That's on Green Bay and their organization, just like with Tampa and Tom Brady and Giselle and the injuries we have on our O-line, and same thing with the Rams. Why would you do that? So in this case, it actually was smart for Green Bay not to get a receiver, because what are they going to do? Crawl in and get to 9 wins somehow and get their ass kicked by 20 in the playoffs in the first round? I don't think the Rams, the Bucks, or the Packers are beating anybody. They're not. All three are crap this year. Popped up. I'm glad I'm not a Packer fan. I really am, man. If I was a Packer fan, I'd be fucking depressed. You know what I mean? Because you just know the same thing is going to happen over and over and over again. And I mean, you can be salty and talk shit about it, right? But when your organization doesn't have an owner and you're owned by the people, and you have a boardroom and you say, well, Kunta Kunstler, we're doing this, and all the other guys do this, even if it's a bad move. No. I mean, there's a reason why the success is only capped at a certain point. You got to have structure, and that's the one team in the NFL that doesn't. I would hate to be a team that's owned by the people, because look at all the great teams they've had over the years. How many Super Bowls do they got? You got one with Rodgers, you got one with Brett, and you probably should have had at least 2 each, So, I mean, they're blessed that they got those 2. And obviously Bart Starr got a bunch when they first started off, like in the 60s, but it's tough being a Packer, Buccaneer, or Ram fan right now. And that is big facts. Mike is in the building. How are you? Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. I saw that. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, Bryce, baby. Let's go. Bryce bomb. Woo! Yes. 2-run homer by my boy, Bryce fucking Harper. I knew the graphic would come into use. Bang. Let's go. Bryce. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. 2-0 Phillies. And didn't I say once it came back to Philadelphia that he would go yard in game 3? And there it is. There it is. I knew. And he's not done. He might go yard again tonight. And he's going to be going yard in the next few games in Philadelphia. Let's go. Hell of a hit. Crush that motherfucker. Let's go, baby. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Woo! Crush that shit. That was awesome. Fuck yeah, Bryce. Let's go. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. $2.99. Sidney Joe's way by the Seahawks today. They don't need him. With the emergence of all the other players that have stepped up, you don't even need him. And that was the right decision. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, you did. That was awesome. And it's cool because the reason I root for him as much as I do too is because he got such a negative, kind of connotation and negative energy from not only other fans, but, from the Washington Nationals, all the other rival teams, other players, the media. They just love to shit on Bryce Harper. And it's nice for him to be able to be like, you know what? I'm pretty fucking good. And maybe you should be like, celebrating how good I really am. And I think now people are. I love it. Good job, Bryce. 2-0 Phillies. Fuck yeah. Crush that shit. Let's go. Yeah, just grinding it out. I'm doing well. 2-0 Phillies. $34 in donos. Appreciate that. Next up, for the Houston Astros, Alex Bregman. Love that photo. Crispy. Kyle Tucker and Yuli Gurriel. And on the mound, Ranger Suarez. Let's go, baby. Well, I'm glad we got off to a good start. My goodness. Great seeing Bryce go off like that. Fuck yeah. Good shit, man.
Keep forging your own path. And keep shining for everyone to see. After all,
feels good too. I'm on day 32. No beer, no booze. Still going strong. I haven't caved. Haven't had a sip. This is probably the healthiest that I've ever felt in my life, Not partying anymore. I haven't missed a day streaming since July 4th, 7 days a week. Me and Sarah have been grinding it out. I just hope we can get to a point where the floodgates start to open, at some point or another, either with few views, subs. The donos are always going to be there. But at some point we got to have a breakthrough moment at some point with the thumbnails, especially if I'm paying big money for a new one, like every day. Sometimes I'm, getting multiple in a day. So. Oh, nice. Appreciate that. Day 7. Good job. See, you know what I mean? Is if you can start, just focusing, on something other than drinking, you know what I mean? Like sometimes people think that, it's like, I can't stop drinking or whatever, but it really is who you surround yourself around. Sometimes people just do it for just something to sip on, but you just got to be able to find another alternative. For me, it's Snapple and Gatorade. So at least I'm getting something flavorful. But I'm still doing gummies because I live out here in Oregon. But for all those other recreational party things that my other friends like to party hard, I'm obviously staying away from those people. I'm making sure I'm focusing on my grind. Here I am, man, grinding it out, watching Bryce Harper do amazing things. Let's fucking go, Bryce. Let's go. Next up, we have Alex Bregman, and I'll pull up the graphic there. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. Right down to third to boom. Sit down. Nice defense. You know what? I've been really impressed with Alec Bohm. Like, I know that was a natural position for him, but at third base, gosh, his defense is spectacular. There's a lot of plays that a guy that didn't have confidence or a guy that, maybe that was a little suspect would fuck up on, but he's continuously made play after play after play at third. Alec, I see you, man. You the man. Bregman grounds out. Next up, Kyle Tucker. And I am on Twitter, so if anyone wants to do me a solid and like and retweet the stream, I'm one of the only sports YouTubers or YouTubers in general that has his show full on Twitter as well as here on YouTube. Most people do like 2-minute previews or like 30-second clips, but I actually have my full show available on Twitter as well as YouTube, and I'm one of the only ones. So shout out to Twitter for linking that up. And like I said, it'll help us drive 20 to about 120 more people that will be able to watch the show. So shout out. And thank you, Mike. Mike's helping with the thumbnail fund. Appreciate you. $19.95, baby. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. $19.95. Little dribbler. 2 away. Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate you. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $20 dono by my boy Mike. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. There we go. We're off to a good start. $54 already. Thank you, guys. Nat in the building. What to do? Next up, Yuli Gurriel. I can only imagine if someone hasn't been here, in 2, 3, 4 years. The channel has taken a facelift for a positive, even in the last, 8 or 9 months. So if you came here, 9 months ago, the channel looks completely different. If you go back 2 years ago, completely different. 3 years ago, way different. So we're definitely stepping our game up here. 1-2 count. Come on, Ranger. Let's go, baby. Philly fans in full effect. Yuli Gurriel in the box. Suarez on the mound. 2-2 count. Yeah, he is one of the fastest. I was noticing that as well. His delivery, he doesn't dance around, like some of the Astro pitchers. He just gets in there, puts his head down, gets his shit done. Dribbler, down third, boom, bare hands it, but he doesn't go for it. Infield hit for Yuli Gurriel. Next up, David Hensley. If you've been watching steady, you got to come in here and say hello because we haven't seen you in the chat in years. Come say what's up, man, like you did today. Because if people are spying on me and they're not saying hello, I don't know that they're watching. I got a lot of people on Twitter that love to spy on me. Peter Schrager, Good Morning Football, EA Sports. There's a lot of people that are watching. That's big facts. They're like, okay, what can we steal from the Northwest Sports Fanatics? Sack lunch. Let's put that in the Madden video game. Done. Uncle Momentum, Peter Schrager. Yeah, I'll steal that. So you never know who's watching. That's facts. 2-0 Phillies. Come on, Ranger. Wow, that was low. 0-2 count. And I got the top 25, all kinds of stuff to discuss. Ooh, 1-2 count. Inside. Oh, shit. Almost hit him. Let me get these graphics pulled up here that Sarah sent. All right, 2-2 count, top of the second, 2-0 Phillies. Pitch is low. Ranger starting to lose a little bit of control. He's already on pitch 26, but they're up 2-0, so they'll be fine. And we'll go over the graphics for the college football, obviously for the Natty and the college football rankings just got released. And then we'll go over the moves today. Dribbler, right up. Damn, Hensley, right up the middle. The guy that you think that least likely to do something. They made the change, and Hensley gets a hit and his first at bat. Runners on the corners on first and third. That was a smart move by Dusty Baker. Can get some two-out lightning for the Astros. So Dusty Baker playing the rookie immediately rewarded for it. First and third, two gone, and it is Chas McCormick, who grew up not too far from here. He's a diehard Phillies fan. Good low ball hitter. Next up, Chas McCormick. Love that photo. We get to the World Series, and the Phillies beat the Padres. I get to go have my first games in the park that I grew up going to as a fan. In the World Series. Got a chance to get the Astros on the board. 1-1 count. As Dusty looks on. Come on, Ranger. Ranger on the mound. Chas McCormick in the box. 1-1 count. Big swing and a miss. Big fucking rip. Nice job. There you go, Ranger. It's all good, Mike. You'll be creeping up higher and higher in the rankings. We normally see Alabama number 1 or number 2. Every once in a while, there'll be kind of like a Stranger Things, and we're in the upside down. Look at this here. We got the Cowboys, playing well. You got the Giants, the Jets. Everything is upside down. So still plenty of time for Alabama to creep up in the rankings. Two count, top of the second, 2 outs. Got him. Yeah! Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Nice punch out right there. Exactly what you wanted from the Phillies. Going to the bottom of the second. Due up. Third baseman, Alec Bohm. Bryson Stott. And the former Mariner, Dean Segura. Let's go. All right, let's go over. 1 sec here.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, like 2 times miles on every purchase.
You're always canceling. You're being too loud. Thank you.
All right, let's take a quick look here.
Good choice. Ooh, my lucky number.
Earn 5 times miles on flights
Going up?
and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel. Plus, get access to over 1,300 airport lounges.
One time, please.
And maybe see the one and only Taylor Swift. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Hey, Jake from State Farm. I want that personal price plan. So how's this for personal? I draw mustaches on players' faces when they're asleep.
Coach, you don't need to get that personal. Get the State Farm personal price.
All right, let's pull up a couple of these graphics here.
Just for you.
Oh, Coach, it happened again. I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Call it quick to get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Look around. This connected life is amazing. Problem is, not everyone's fully living in it.
All right, here we go.
Nobody should have to use
All right, here's the first one.
everything online.
All right, so here's the top 25, which really doesn't matter at this point, you know, as we get closer and closer, but at least it gives us a gauge on who's good and who's not. Tennessee upsetting Alabama, obviously that's the main reason why they're sitting up there at the top. Ohio State, very solid with C.J. Stroud. Georgia, really good against Oregon in week 1, but hasn't looked like the powerhouse team that we thought they were from week 1, but still a good team. Clemson, I feel they're kind of like a pretender to me. Michigan, very well balanced. They're for real. Bama's for real. And then we start getting into the next tier. I think all the top 6 teams are pretty good, but if I had to take one team out, it's definitely Clemson. They're the team that doesn't belong. They need to be below Michigan and Bama, in my opinion. Okay, but they'll be there for now. Then you got TCU, Oregon, USC, go Ducks, LSU, Ole Miss, UCLA, Utah, Penn State, Illinois, North Carolina, Oklahoma State, Tulane, Syracuse, Wake Forest, NC State, Oregon State at 23, Texas, and UCF. Pretty crazy to see all these Pac-12 teams there, but that's what we got right here. Boom. Boom. Let's go. Alec, boom. I had a feeling I need to get off that graphic quick. And there we go. Solo dinger shot. Alec, boom, with a fucking boom bomb, baby. Yes. Let's go. Telling you, the energy in Philadelphia is 1,000 times higher than it is in Houston. If they can just win at home, they're champs. All they got to win is game 3, which they're going to, game 4, which they can, and game 5. And I know Houston supposedly is the best team, right? But 3 games at home, you got a chance. You know, and if you lose game 5 or 4, you can still win game 6 in Houston. But if it goes to Houston, that's not good, because we already know in game 6 and 7 in Houston that they're going to bring everything they got, and then maybe the umpires have a couple questionable calls. It'll definitely go in Houston's favor if it goes longer, right? Especially if it goes 7. The Phillies might be fucked if it goes that far. But if it goes to 5 or 6, I think Phillies can win it all. So they just need to take care of business at home. Unbelievable. Nice solo shot by Boom, baby. I see you. Next up, Bryson Stott. Bottom of the second, 3-0 Phillies, 1-1 count, no outs. Sir Lancelot getting a little roughed up, baby. Getting a little roughed up, baby. As Dusty looks on. Come on, Bryson. 2-1 count. So here is that first initial graphic, as we can see the top 10. And then we got some trades here as well. And obviously, if you're not familiar with all that, look at that. Broncos, Chubb to the Dolphins, huge. Steelers, Chase Claypool, obviously to the Bears. I'm not sure how much of a difference that's going to make. Lions, the Hawkinson and the Vikings, that's going to be big. Falcons, Ridley. I know Shep and a few Falcon fans aren't going to be happy about that. Chase Edmonds to the Broncos, Wilson to the Dolphins, Naheem Hines going from Colts to Bills, Zach Moss in that trade-off. Jacob Martin, a lower name to kind of soften the blow for the Bradley Chubb. Fenton wasn't a very good corner anyways to the Falcons. Dean Marlowe, yeah, that's not really a big deal. And then the William Jackson. And we'll go back into this graphic and this graphic after this inning is over. But we're just taking a little sneak peek on what we got up tap here. Thank you for those graphics, Sarah. Appreciate you. Segura. I think everyone on planet Earth knows that when you come to Philadelphia, it's not going to be easy. Everyone already knew. Nat, everyone knew. You already have to look at Philadelphia Sixer fans and how they act, but more so, not even the Flyers or the Sixers, it's Eagle fans. And Eagle fans are some of the most passionate, and so that's going to be just like Philly fans. They're going to be very, very passionate. Some of that passion, probably got lit up a little bit since the Eagles are undefeated and they're doing so well, right? But the city is very, very passionate. So I think that, when you go to Houston, you're not intimidated at all. But when you come to Philadelphia, you already know what you're getting yourself into. It's going to be very, very rowdy. The crowd will tell you, even if you're a Phillies player, they'll tell you when you're doing good. They'll tell you when you're not doing good. They'll tell you when you suck. And then if you're an opposing player, they'll tell you how good you are, how much you suck, how much your family sucks, your teammates suck. And, they'll go above and beyond. Sometimes a little too much, right? But passionate is one thing that Philadelphia fans are. Big swing and a miss. Strikeout on Dean Segura. Next up, Mr. Duck Dynasty himself, Brandon Marsh. Yeah, it's pretty clear, right now. Eagles, Bills, Chiefs. Those are the three that you feel the most comfortable with, making a run. And if I had to throw a fourth team in there, even though they're not maybe the fourth best right now, I probably would put the Niners because, like I said, with what they have with Run CMC, Kyle Shanahan can use him running the ball, throwing the ball, catching the ball, and it's going to be a thing where it's going to be a matchup nightmare. They're not going to necessarily have to have Jimmy do as much this year. And if the defense can stay healthy with that O-line, I'm not saying that the Giants aren't good enough or the Vikings or the Cowboys or the Seahawks. There's going to be other teams, that are going to do something, or maybe we'll get a resurgence birth from the Packers, Bucks and Rams. I highly doubt it. These other teams are much better. Even Seattle, Minnesota, Cowboys, Giants, Eagles. We know this, right? As in the NFC. But I think the Niners are kind of that sleeper team that even though the Cowboys and Giants and Vikings and Seattle are getting all the love and praise, Duck Dynasty himself, Brandon Marsh. It didn't know if it was going to go deep, and it did, baby. Sir Lancelot, bye-bye. Cheating, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let's go. And how do you not get the ball right there? How are you in the outfield and you don't get that? Unbelievable how no one grabbed that ball. That's exactly what I wanted to see today. 4-0 Phillies. Fuck yeah. And you already know the emotion was going to be very high today. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Fuck yeah. And Lance is good. Just like, Justin Verlander. But it's kind of funny how the two other pitchers are struggling. And then Amber Valdez, with the cheating, with the substance on his hands and in the glove, he went for 9 Ks, right? And all the other pitchers are just like getting fucking rocked. Coincidence? I think not. Let's go, baby. I see you, Brandon Marsh, on the far right. I see you. Mr. Duck Dynasty himself films the show. Boom. Comes into the game. Makes fucking history. Brandon Marsh, Mr. Duck Dynasty himself. I see you. Let's go. Fuck yeah. It's under review, though. They got to give it to him, you would think, right?
It's not really been a close game except for the last one, right? Against San Diego. They have outscored their opponents. After review, the call on the field is confirmed. It's a home run.
Nothing will make me more happy or happier than seeing the Astros lose. You know, I'm a Mariner fan. I'm never going to, I can respect certain players, certain managers, you know what I mean? But when the cheating comes, with like the Patriots and the Astros, I don't put up with that, man. I mean, I'm never going to be able to acknowledge the Houston Astro championship whatsoever. And it looks like they're still continuing to cheat. And then maybe that's why with karma and the sports gods will be like, fuck no, not today, not this year. You already got your cheater ring that most people don't even acknowledge anyways, Let's go, Schwarber. 4-0 Phillies. Fuck yeah. One count. I think there's other lineups that are better than Schwarber, Hoskins, JT Realmuto, and Bryce Harper. But the thing is, it's they got hot and they got healthy at the right time. And it shows you can be the last team, just like the Seattle Mariners, right? And you can just kind of get into the playoffs as maybe the lowest seed or second to lowest seed. And then you can ride that Uncle momentum. And Mariners, we couldn't get past Houston, right? But the Phillies exceeded expectations, beating the Cardinals. But they had to rock off 5 or 6 runs in the 9th inning to advance, right? And then they had to slowly, gradually work their way up. And then, there's no way they're going to beat the Braves. They did. And then I think once they beat the Braves, I think most people thought the Padres, they got that. If it was the Dodgers, it would have been more challenging. So it all lined up. Cardinals, you probably shouldn't have won, but you did. You got hot. Boom. Then you took that momentum. You beat the team that was probably better than you in the Braves. Got it done because you were the hotter team and you believed in each other. Went to the Padres. You knew you were better than them. Beat the brakes off them. And then now you're here, arguably against the best team in the American League because we knew that the Yankees didn't have the full depth of pitching and hitting. They were in a slump. So it's nice to see the Seattle Mariner version of the American League and the Phillies and the National League take it to this level. And I'm hoping the Seattle Mariners can do what Philly is doing this year and we can win a World Series in the next 5 to 10 years. And it depends on who we get in free agency. Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani. I mean, if we get one of those players to come to Seattle as like a surprise, landing, who's to say that we can't, do big things sooner than later? And even if we don't get Judge or Ohtani, if we keep building, there is a chance for us to get to not only an ALDS, but maybe an ALCS sooner than we think. Schwarber, foul down first base.
What these hitters for Philadelphia are showing right now, they're eliminating, it looks like, the fastball and the fade.
Are they?
Strikes, and they're able to sit on off speed. If you can sit on off speed and recognize it, there's no difference between the changeup.
You got to think under the old format, the Phillies wouldn't even be here. So there was a lot of people bitching about having the extra team, but it shows you, like with Seattle, you can do a lot, especially if you're hot and healthy. Maybe you don't have 110 wins, but it shows you can have 87 wins, 90 wins like the Mariners or the Phillies. You can be 87 and 75, and you're going against a team that went 106 and 56, a team that won like 20 more than you, and you're just as good as them, if not better. So love it. End of the second, 4-0, good guys. Let's go. Love it. And all we talked about is how good Houston's pitching was. And we know it's great, you know what I mean? But kind of makes you wonder what kind of cheating was going on in Houston during the regular season. Maybe not buzzers, like Jose Altuve when he made the big play and he said, don't rip my jersey off because I got the buzzer taped to my chest. And obviously he would have got exposed. They had buzzers on the bottom of their hands, on the bottom of the bats. They did the garbage can thing, then they did the Apple Watch thing. So it's not like Houston did one thing, like just the garbage can knock. 1 knock slider, 2 knocks fastball. That's worse, and that's bad enough. But they took it to a whole nother level. So it's almost like karma is due at this point. So, and I know a lot of you, may not be in the hip hop scene, but you guys probably saw the news this morning. Drake and Migos obviously have toured together, and Migos, one of their rappers, Takeoff, got murdered, obviously playing a dice game in Houston. Sounds like Quavo was getting his ass kicked, losing thousands of dollars. Then him, his crew, and the other crew that was collecting the money started having some words. Guns got fired, and then an innocent bystander and Takeoff got murdered. Moral of the story, don't play dice with a bunch of gangsters, and maybe you'll live. Very sad, because obviously, they were going to tour. They probably were going to link up with Drake again. Crazy. It's crazy. But it sounds like from all the stuff that I read, and they even have pictures, before, like right before it happened. And there's a lot of dudes in the room. Like, everyone's wearing their chains. There's a lot of money on the table. I mean, we're not talking about a little bones, or a little dice game, playing dominoes or bones for, $100. I mean, it looked like each time that they were playing, they were like $1,000 or more. That's what it looked like, And obviously, if you start losing, I mean, if you're a millionaire, losing $1,000 ain't nothing. That's like losing, $10, if you're a normal person or whatever, right? But I guess they were ripping into him, and then he started talking shit, and things got a little heated, and it's just sad because the funny thing is that with Takeoff, he was always been the quiet one out of the three. He's always been the laid back guy. And obviously, if you guys don't know the hip hop scene, Quavo was his uncle. So Takeoff, encouraged Quavo to you should take rapping seriously, even though Quavo didn't want to. And look where it got them. And now, I imagine a lot of people in that hip hop community are, definitely sad and stuff. But it's just sad. But you already know when you're going to be doing those type of things. There's going to be alcohol, drugs, and guns. And that's not a good combination, especially when money's involved, egos are involved, and people have a weak trigger finger. And then now, and it's assuming that the reports are correct, but it sounded like someone from his own squad shot him on accident, and they ended up slumping over. Bullets were fired, but it sounded like someone from his own camp actually shot him first, and then maybe other bullets hit him after. But what a shame, man. And like I said, the rap game now is nowhere near what it was, back in the day. But obviously with Migos, lots of hits, lots of good music, toured with Drake. And now, obviously, we're going to have to kind of wait to see the aftermath with everything, too. Very sad. Wanted to give a salute to Takeoff. It's the first team with 3 home runs in 2 innings is surprising. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But you have to understand in that culture, if you're rich, that's what you do. You're hanging out with the boys, you're going to be playing dice, dominoes, poker, whatever the fuck they want to do, and there's going to be money involved, shit talking involved. That's just a part of what a lot of these, rappers and entertainers do. They're going to hang out with the old school crew, and maybe that's a message to some of the other rappers that maybe you got to cut ties, with some of the guys that you grew up with. Bang! Nice punch out right there. 3rd strikeout. Maldonado arguing. Sit down, Martin. Maldonado with the K. Nice job, Ranger. But if you're not willing to separate yourself, from the guys that you grew up with, especially if they're, hustlers, gangbangers, or just really good homies that maybe have a criminal past or history. I mean, you already know what you're getting yourself into. A lot of these guys, they don't think. They act and they think later. So very sad though, because I don't really like a lot of the rappers that are out now. There's R&B and rap guys, J. Cole, the Kendrick Lamar. I like Eminem, Drake. There's certain ones that I like. I like a lot of the older guys more. But there are, groups and Music, my favorite is E40. I'm out here near the Bay, so I like a lot of West Coast stuff. But yeah, so that was like the breaking news with obviously Takeoff getting murdered in the dice game with Quavo, and then obviously the NFL trade deadline and a little bit of that college football poll. So that's pretty much it right now. But sadly, this is not going to be the last rapper that we hear, either getting shot, robbed, or killed, unfortunately. Oh, and Zimmer's son too. Yeah, that was something that was in the news as well. Right as the story broke with Takeoff getting shot in the dice game, Zimmer's son died also. Oh, almost caught it right there. Get it, Suarez. There we go. 2 away. JT in the building. How are you? I mean, I follow everything on social media, through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I usually spend about 6 to 8 hours every day reading before I get on the show. So I'm very, comfortable going over, football, baseball, hip hop, whatever it is. But when I saw that, I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, wow. So young too. He didn't even hit 30 yet. And I wonder if Quavo is going to take responsibility for that. You know what I mean? If he did, it wasn't being so aggro. And, obviously you put yourself in a bad situation. Big swing and a miss, 1-1 count. But again, it's not like other rappers are going to be like, well, since he got murdered, let's not play bones or dice anymore. They're going to keep playing. It's just what they're going to do. David, yes. Yeah, Ranger does look good. Pena, dribbler. Oh, he dropped it. Boom. Got him. Wow, even with the bobble. My fucking guy, Alec. Boom, with the defense and with the offense. My goodness. Let's go to the bottom of the third. And Kevin Nash's son died. Everyone's dying now. It seems like there's like a billion people on planet Earth. Like, we already know that there's going to be people that, end up passing away and whatnot. But, I don't know if any of you guys watch Kevin Nash's, podcast that Click This. Like, his son was getting involved in that. And if you're NWO, you're NWO for life, like me. And Preston listened to it. I listened to it. I'm a big Scott Hall guy. Rest in peace. I'm a big Kevin Nash guy and a Hollywood Hogan guy. I'm NWO for life. And it just sucks to, have something like that. I mean, Nash already had to lose Hall. Then he loses his son. What's next? Hogan's going to die? Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't get really too emotional when wrestlers die. But the first guy, woman or man, that really made me cry was Scott Hall, just because that was a big part of my childhood. The other one was Macho Man and Queen Elizabeth, way back in the day. Because that Macho Man's my favorite of all time. I like Rock. I like Stone Cold. I like NWO, Nash, Hall, Hogan, RVD, Sabu, Randy Orton. I mean, there's a lot of guys that I like. Seth Rollins now, Bryan Danielson. I mean, Kenny Omega, Young Bucks. I mean, I can list off names forever. But tough. And he even has started recording again after that. But if you are looking to find something interesting to listen to wrestling-wise, Kevin Nash's podcast is very good. Emotional as of late because his son fucking died, but a fucking legend. Diesel, The Outsiders, Kevin Nash, NWO, baby. Let's go. Sarah's on day 7, no drinking, no booze. I'm on day 32. So it feels good. Feels good. Yeah, 21 is usually what they say. 3 weeks, 20 or 21. But once you get to that 3-week period, usually that's what it is. So.
Cool. See how much you can save by bundling with Geico.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, next up for our Philadelphia Phillies, Rhys Hoskins, 0 for 1 with a K. Let's change that. JT Realmuto, 0 for 1. And guess who? The face of the World Series, Bryce fucking Harper. And everyone loves to talk about Mike Trout and Aaron Judge and Ohtani, but now we finally can, give some respect to Bryce Harper. RESPEK. Respect. All right, to Bryce Harper. And it's great because he came in, rookie of the year, right? Won a lot of awards and accolades. And then as soon as they trade him off to the Phillies, right? The next year, the Nats win the World Series. And I know that affected him. He's like, fuck that. I built this team. You know what I mean? And then it just so happens that he found his way to Philadelphia. They've had injuries. It hasn't worked out. And then they even had to let the manager go, halfway through the season. And look what we're seeing now. It's beautiful, man. And it's good to be able to get Bryce in that conversation of being a Hall of Famer and have it not be debatable. You know what I mean? Because for a lot of people, they were like, well, Bryce is good, but he's never going to win the big one. He's always injured. Well, he's changing his narrative, and all those motherfuckers that would fucking just talk shit for no reason, now they're eating their words, and I fucking love it, man. Hoskins fouled off, 0-2 count.
Probability and chances are exactly that. They're a numerical number, but in June 3rd, the probability and chances of all of this.
Yeah, I mean, 20, 21. Fucking A, man. If you're already committed to 20, you're going to be able to hit 21. Big swing and a miss. Big punch out there. Baker looks on. Dusty Baker. Sir Lancelot getting roughed up. Next up, J.T. Realmuto. Come on, baby. Let's go, JT. I got JT pointing after he hit a homer. And then we got the one that I really love, him with the catcher's gear. Catcher's gear photos is incredible. I love it. JT, popped up foul. 4-0 Phillies. Yeah, but I'll be honest, man. Like, I knew I could do it. And I was only drinking Modelo Cheladas, pineapple and mango, and Corona with lime just because I'm streaming for 4 to 8 hours every day. Something to sip on, not to get fucking fucked up or hammered. But ever since I made the change, I'm not partying anymore. I'm not hanging around the bad crowd. I'm doing just, Gatorade and Powerade and Snapple, Mango Madness, and some Kiwi Strawberry. Things have been really good lately. 1-2 count, fouled off by JT. And this is the best I think I felt in my life. I've never been a big drinker. I've never had addiction towards alcohol ever in my life. Depression, anxiety. I've had a lot of other mental health issues, but ever since I got Paisley and, we started to grind here on the channel, things have gotten so much better. God, another strikeout on JT Realmuto. Damn it. Sir Lancelot starting to get in tune with himself, starting to find himself on the mound. Dusty Baker looks on. Next up, guess who? Bryce fucking Harper. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You got this, Bryce. Bryce bomb incoming. 21 hits, 12 extra base hits, both most in Phillies single postseason, 6 homers. Well, it's Bryce fucking Harper. You know what I'm saying? Good for them chanting MVP because he is essentially the Mike Trout of the Phillies. He's the Aaron Judge of the Phillies. You know what I mean? He's the Julio Rodriguez to my Mariners. He's the guy. And I'm hoping that Julio can follow in the footsteps of Trout and Judge and Bryce Harper and some of these guys. And, and pretty soon, I think we are going to get to a point where Julio is considered a, everyday top 5 player. He's only in year 1, so he can only go up from here. Yeah, 21 days. I'm on day 32. No beer, no booze. And like I said, I've been losing a lot of weight too. You guys can see my face is much thinner and I feel better. And like I said, I've already dropped 27 pounds, believe it or not. It's taken me a few months to get that 27 off, but I got 23 to go and then I'll be at 200. So I'm getting there. Bryce. End of the 3rd inning. Bryce with a ground out. Top of the 4th, 4-0 Phillies are up. Yeah, if you go back and look at his story and his relationship with his dad, and that's another thing why I like Bryce, and I've always liked him, even though he got the hate from the media and hate from other fan bases. You know, his dad and him are very close, just like me and my dad. So whenever I see people like Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey Sr., Bill Elliott, Chase Elliott, and you start to see this like relationship with their dad or grandpa or uncle or father figure, it's special to me. And I definitely like rooting for athletes that have that strong connection with their fathers or a father figure. And that's big facts. How's it going, Jake? Hey, fantasy football, bro. They don't call me a wizard for nothing. GG on that. You had a chance with some of your guys, but when it, especially when I had Daniel Jones in there and he only got me 9 points, but I had some guys that shit the bed. You guys had some guys that shit the bed. And it is what it is. So you leaving? You going to go work out? Yeah. Work out. All right. I watch Paisley. Get that workout in. But GG, man. And like I said, sometimes when you draft really well and you have great depth, even when you shit the bed, you just can't shit the bed with half your lineup. You can shit the bed with 1 to 3 spots. But if you shit the bed out of 9, like 5 or more, you have a really hard time winning unless 3 or 4 of your guys put up 20 or 30. And, like this week, if you had Lamar or A.J. Brown or DJ Moore or Alvin Kamara or Derrick Henry, you probably could win with 4 or 5 guys not doing well, right? But I found a way, and I'm 8-0. I'm going on 9-0. This is going to be my biggest challenge yet because I haven't had as many people on the bye week. This is my biggest one. I got like 5 or 6 on the bye week, so I'm going to go against Holly Hundo. But I feel that if hopefully I can time it right. So, and we'll see.
Let's see where this one takes me.
We got another $20 dono for Mike for Spinal Tap. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Mike. There we go, baby. Thank you so much, Mike Morgan. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $20 holla. It looks like I got to get some Spinal Tap photos, and I definitely will. Thank you so much. Yeah, GG, bro. I don't think I'll go undefeated in fantasy. If I do, it'll be the first time I've ever gone fantasy. And this is the first time that I've gone 8-0. I usually get my first loss somewhere between week 4 and week 7, unless I just have a bad week 1. But winning every game in the regular season doesn't mean shit in fantasy. It's those last 2 weeks. And that's what matters. And usually I can be the leading scorer. I can give up the least amount of points. I can win most of my games, maybe lose 2 to 4 throughout a season, but it all depends on what happens at the end. But I am trying to go undefeated. That is the goal. Top of the 4th, 4-0 Phillies. Wow, 12 years old. Let him know. I've been dipping for 40. Yeah. All right. But if you want to, all right, we're going to go over this real quick here. Hold on. So if you want to, complain about, and you're not complaining, okay? But we're going to go to my fantasy team here. But yeah, Chase and Debo obviously hurt, right? Not having him. But, if you look at my lineup and what I had to work with, I had to every week I'm having to reconfigure my squad. It's not like all my guys are healthy compared to everybody else, you know? But I mean, I had Daniel Jones in, right? Then I had Chubb and Barkley, Justin Jefferson and D-Hop. Mark Andrews got hurt. I had Daniel Jones only giving me 9. Andrews only gave me 6. Josh Jacobs normally puts up 30. He gave me 7. And the rest of my spots hit. But again, you know, I had Herbert on a bye. I put Godwin on the bench. Bills D on the bench. Geno scored 19, right? Brian Robinson, Dulcich, Taysom. So, yeah, you had some guys there. But, I mean, I had 9 points with my quarterback and 6 with Mark Andrews. So I get it. But now as we go into this week, this is crazy. And I get it, man. Trust me. I know what it's like when you have guys get hurt. Now this week, this is my guys that have a bye week, right? I shouldn't be able to win, but I think I can, okay? 4-0 Phillies. Bye week for me. Nick Chubb, like the number 1 running back. Saquon Barkley, like the number 2 running back. Cowboys defense, number 1 defense. Greg Dulcich on a bye. And then Elijah Mitchell, obviously on the wire, on a bye. The only one I can use is Geno Smith on my bench this week. Only one spot compared to other guys that get up, right? So I got Justin Herbert, Josh Jacobs, Justin Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Hopkins at flex. I always have a running back there. Bills, D, and Myers. So instead of being projected for 140, 150, I'm only projected for 125. So if there's a week that I could lose, it's this week for sure. But hopefully I can step up because I know Holly's got a lot of people that have bye weeks this week. So that definitely can help. You just have to be able to have a better bench. And and one thing I'll mention to you, and I don't know if he's still in the room with Jake, but you got too many fucking running backs on your team, bro. I don't know who told you that strategy to get all those running backs, but that's why you're losing fucking all those games because you got fucking like 9 running backs on your fucking team. And that's way too many. You're handcuffing the rest of the running backs for other people to use. But if you're not getting better tight ends, better wide receivers, better defenses, better kickers, better options at quarterback, there's the reason why you're like 500. You know what I mean? Because you got way too many fucking running backs. Anyone that has, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 running backs, you're never going to win in fantasy football. There's not one person on planet Earth that's got 8 or 9 running backs that has won fantasy football. This never happens. You can even use 2 running backs and a running back on flex. But if you got like 5 of them on the bench, what about your wide receivers, your kicker, your defenses? That's where you're lacking. And that's why that you're not where I'm at. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if it works out for you in the future, I hope so. But I've never seen anyone win a fantasy championship with, 6, 7, 8, 9 running backs on the squad, especially if you only have like 16 spots. I've never seen that before. But, I mean, if that's your strategy. If it works out for you, great. But that's my 2 cents, man, for the future. Never have that many. You got way too many running backs. 4-0 Phillies. Because the offensive line stinks. Yeah, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. Yes. Appreciate you, Mike. Yeah, you can't dump Najee, though. If you're smart, you just keep him on your bench. When you got guys that have the ability at some point to put up 10 to 30 points, you don't get rid of a guy like that. You just bench him. Because if you end up dropping a guy like Najee and I pick him up and then all of a sudden he starts scoring 25 a game, you're going to be kicking yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like the worst thing is when you drop someone too early and then someone else picks them up and then they start going off, as long as you have a deep bench. But all right, we're going to the bottom of the 4th.
Give us an idea of what you saw and what that was like down there. Yeah, KB, I was humbled to go down there. It was devastating to see the suffering of the people. and everything that went down, and anything that we can do, donating our resource, our time is well appreciated and much needed. Well done, my friend.
All right, bottom of the fourth, 4-0 Phillies. Phillies due up. Nick Castellanos, 0 for 1. Alec Bohm, 1 for 1, a run, solo shot, and a ribby. And Bryson Stott, 0 for 1 with a K. All right, I need to get some photos up here for Mike.
To help keep customers connected when it matters most. And this postseason, we're taking it even further by once again
Dog catcher in the building. What to do?
affected by hurricanes. For every home run hit, we're donating $5,000 to hurricane recovery efforts. And right now,
All right, I'm trying to look to see what.
5959, we'll donate another $5.
All right, I'm trying to find. Where's Mike's message here?
Back here in Philadelphia, Nick Castellanos coming to the plate to start the bottom of the fourth for the Phillies. They lead 4-0. First inning, comments that one of the great
Spinal tap. Okay. I was like, well, I was trying to remember what it was. And then every time I put up Slayer, I have to scream it as if I'm like, a metal god. So I'll keep that in mind as well.
Justin for his contributions on and off the field, supporting those in his community. He's supported so much in Los Angeles. Go to MLBcommunity.org to learn more. That's McCullers back to the mound. 4-0 game, bottom of the fourth. There's one on the Castellanos.
Big swing and a miss.
The Astros may not come back.
Sir Lancelot still on the mound. 4-0 Phillies. Come on, Nick. Castellanos in the box. Bottom of the fourth. 1-1 count. 4-0 Philadelphia. Ground ball. One away. Jeremy Pena with the defense. Next up, Alec Bohm. And I'm pulling up Spinal Tap photos for Mike right now.
Unbelievable ability at home to become the super team. And until Houston can take that away from the Philadelphia Phillies, that's what Philadelphia feels like they're going to be. Second inning, hit it out. His first home run in the postseason. Or what has been a resurgent year for the former third overall pick of the draft. In April, out of rally balls, started to look like it could be the third or fourth.
I got 4 really good ones, man. Popped up. Should be 2 away. Next up, Bryson Stott. Clearing out my desktop, I can move much faster now, too. All right, I got 4 Spinal Taps ready for you here already. Good ones, too. Yeah. Oh, if I say it even, I have to scream it. Slayer! All right, end of the inning. All right, here we go. So here we go. Nice one to start off with Spinal Tap. Nice, beautiful HD 4K. Nice Harley Davidson little vest shirt going on there on the far right. Love that. These guys got the hair. Guy's got the mustache. He's got the look. Fucking Spinal Tap. And then look at, ooh, we got a black and white. Like that. And we got, ooh, look at this one. Nice little, prop in the background with the skull with the eyes lit up. I love that. Ooh, and another one.
With Fred Meyer Delivery, it's easy to get your special holiday foods brought right to your door. And that's music to your ears. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone.
Our organ is failing. Democrats like Kate Brown and Deb Patrick.
God, I'm sick and tired of all these like fucking political commercials. They're so annoying. Like every fucking one, man. Unbelievable. It's annoying as hell. You got one guy over here or one girl over here that's a fucking liar. Then you got another liar on the other side saying how much of a liar the other one is. And they're all of them are just horrible. They only care about themselves and the power and the money that they can have. They don't give a shit about the people. They can act like they give a shit about the people, but some of them really do. But a lot of them, it's all smoke. Appreciate you, Mike. Hope you enjoy these. I'll pull up a few more for you as well.
This is not the change that we need. This is not a drill.
We can't let Drazen.
Slayer!
To Christine Drazen. Paid for by friends at Tina Kotek 4792. In 1986, Bill Kennemer was the new politician headed to Salem. Well, times have changed. But sadly, Bill Kennemer hasn't. Kennemer voted against women's abortion rights.
Slayer!
And today, he didn't think insurers should.
It's cool. Like a lot of the band graphic photos are incredible. Fucking love it, man.
Again in 2015, and still thinks employment discrimination is just fine. Bill Kennemer's dated beliefs are dangerous for Oregon. Paid for by friends of Martinique 16719.
All right. I think we are good to go. Next up for the Houston Astros, not Tucker. It'll be Yuli Gurriel, 1-for-1. David Hensley, 1-for-1. And Chaz McCormick. I have some buddies that, they listen to that on the regular. So just my best imitation of them. You believe it's fucking November 1st? We are getting closer to Thanksgiving and Christmas. Freeform Jazz Odyssey. Oh, man. Eagles. Come on, Ranger. Dribbler. Segura. Bye-bye. Gurriel grounds out to first. Nice job by Segura. Next up, David Hensley. And this is usually Trey Mancini, but they benched him for David Hensley, and it worked. He got a hit early on, but they're down 4-0. Come on, Ranger. .62 pitches for Ranger Suarez. Hensley's 1-for-1. Punch his fucking ass at. Let's get a strike at. You ask and you shall receive. Ga, ga, ga! Strikeout, punch out for Ranger Suarez. David Hensley, sit the fuck down. What a pitch. Next up, Chaz McCormick.
Works because it has the fastball that goes the other way and the breaking ball that comes back into the right angle. Total package. Fastball for a strikeout in the corner. This is a guy, Ranger Suarez, who's not a big prospect. Phillies signed him to a small deal. Small expectations came with it. He didn't pitch until he was 15 years old.
Wow. Ranger didn't pitch until he was 15. Holy shit. Another swing and a miss for McCormick. It's on pitch 65. McCormick 0 for 1 with a K. Love this photo. Not a real fan of the Astros, but I love the photo. It's a sweet photo from Chaz. Is Chaz like the poor man's version of Chad? Or is it like better than Chad? I would assume being named Chaz would be better than Chad. Nothing against Chads, but I mean, is that the equivalent to Karen or is that Kyle? Chad. It's me, your boy, Chad. It's me, your boy, Kyle. Nothing wrong with Kyle. Pitches outside, 2-2 count. There you go. And it's just about making like subtle changes, you know what I mean, with your diet and what you eat. And if you can get to a point where you stop drinking booze and you exercise with your dog, you know, try to take your dog for a walk, even if it's just like around the block for like 15 minutes and listen to music, that's good for your mental health. I do it. I usually do about 45 minutes to an hour. But when you're first starting off, just doing like 10 to 15 is a good starting point. And then eating not until you're full. And then your stomach will shrink and you'll gradually start losing weight. And also I would recommend getting a scale. If you get a scale, it'll keep you disciplined. So you can see where you're at and set a goal, you know, of like, you know, 10 pounds lost. Try to hit that. Don't try to be like, well, I want to lose, you know, 100 or 50 or, you know, sometimes when you go too high right off the bat, you'll get discouraged. But if you just do something small, like I want to lose 5 pounds, you know, 10, then, you know, it'll be easier and easier. And you just have to be disciplined. You know, go to the grocery store, buy some, you know, some salads that are pre-made, buy one of those containers that's got the pre-cut fruit. And if you can end up going towards fruit and salad once in a while, instead of like chips and cookies, you'll see a difference overall. And trust me, I'm a guy, you know, whether I get stoned or not after I do a stream, I'm trying to eat something healthy, but sometimes I want something hot, like a breakfast sandwich, or I want something that tastes good, like chips. And discipline is hard, but I promise you, if you can stick with it with me, you'll feel better. You'll look better. Your mental health will be better. Everything will be better, and you'll feel better about yourself overall. You know, your overall mood and everything will just feel great. And I know you can do it. You know, it's like if I can do it, you know, as a party animal, and I can step away from my friends, not do those questionable things that they try to let me or get me to do. And I'm not even doing beer or booze anymore. I mean, the only thing I'm doing is gummies, and that's it. And usually it's just to go to sleep or for me to relax after I've been streaming. You know, I know you can put your mind to something, you can do it. I mean, look at us, Sarah. We've been grinding every day for fucking 7 days a week since July 4th. There's not very many streamers on Twitch and YouTube that have that kind of dedication. So I appreciate you. I salute you, and keep positive, keep going. If that's what you want to do. You know, if you don't want to do it, then you don't have to. You're in control of your life and, you know, your mindset and your body. You know what I mean? But if you do decide to keep it moving, I know that you're going to have great results and great success. PB&Js are always good. It's like one of those things that's kind of underrated, PB&Js. We're like, until you don't actually have one for lunch every day at school. And then once you're out of junior high, you know, middle school, high school, college, and then you actually have one, they're really good. They actually hit really good. So I believe in you, and there's a reason why you're my lead mod. I'm proud of you. And like I said, you're exactly what I needed to be able to move this channel forward, and I'm happy to have you. Little dribbler. 2 gone. Runners at first and second. And it's nice, to be able to have the connections and obviously the relationships that we have. It's a good thing. And I know there's going to be others that are going to, try to be a part of this, this exclusive VIP club that we have called the NWSF. But I mean, we don't got room for rich, assholes that are toxic. It's nice and all, if people got money and they want to donate. But I mean, if you're fucking toxic, just keep the money to yourself. Like, we don't need that here. We got to protect the vibe at all costs. All right, next up, we got Jose Altuve. Yes, I totally agree. I actually thought that he was going to be lights out today, though, because the Philadelphia crowd, you could just feel it. That's the first game in 11 to 13 years in Philadelphia, like the Ryan Howard era, back in the day. So this is nice, man. Alvarado warming up. Yeah, grilled PB&J. That would be amazing. Oh, shit. Pitch inside. Ball 1. Or if you're doing deep fried. But that's a problem, though. Everything deep fried tastes good. And then if you do that, you get overweight. It's crazy now since I've been so disciplined losing these 27 pounds. I can tell, if I don't work out or, depending on what I eat, I mean, you can really see where you're at with the scale. There we go. Good job, Ranger. 5 scoreless innings for Ranger Suarez as we go to the bottom of the 5th.
Well, this resume is getting seen. Just not by who you want. You need a better plan.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
An Indeed resume is more than a resume. It works hard.
See how much longer they'll have Lancelot out there. Lance McCullers. Great pitcher, just like Justin Verlander, but they struggled. But then you had Lamba Valdez in game 2 with the cheating, and then he got 9 Ks. Makes you kind of wonder. Because we know Lance has the ability to get 9 Ks. Verlander has the ability to get 9 Ks. But why did those two get roughed up? And Lamba Valdez got 9. And he was reaching into his glove, rubbing off substances on his jersey, onto the ball. I mean, there's 6 or 7 clips that show him illegally, with some kind of substance that he's rubbing on his jersey, on his hand, on his pants, on the ball. And it was in the mitt that it was hidden. But obviously people had to watch the game and break down the film after the end of the inning when the camera got a close up, It's fucked up, man.
No matter your purpose, at PNC Private Bank, we will work with you every step of the way to help you achieve.
Yeah, I bet. I need to go visit the South. I need to go to Maine, out towards, out towards where Eagles John is at, so that way I can have lobster and crab and, fried shrimp, grilled shrimp, just top of the line, fresh from the Atlantic, like I have here on Oregon on the West Coast. But I also like the Midwest barbecue feel, whether it be, in Texas or the Carolinas, wherever it ends up being, Kansas City, but then also the South with the gumbo and everything they got in New Orleans and Alabama. I'm not rich. One day maybe I will be, but definitely traveling would be a goal of mine. And linking up with a lot of the Fanatic family members would be fun too. Because I do think it will be something that we do one day. But for now, I just got to keep grinding and hustling, baby.
When you're running a business, not all bars are created equal. So switch to Verizon, #1 in customer satisfaction with small business wireless service, according to J.D. Power. On the network America relies on. Verizon.
All right, I got to go check up on Paisley real quick because it's almost been 2 hours. So let me take a quick peek and see how she is doing. Next up, we had Gene Segeta, 0 for 1 with a K. Duck Dynasty himself, Brandon Marsh, far right. That's him. I see you. Multi-talented star. TV show and baseball player, 1 for 1 with a run and an RBI, and Kyle Schwarber. Good job, Ranger. All right, give me 1 sec.
What have you seen from Lance McCullers? Well, Lance McCullers early just made too many bad pitches in the zone. And even if you're not sitting on a pitch, which I think some of the hitters do, and some of them might have done tonight, if the pitch is in the location and it's not the one that you even thought was coming, you can still smoke that pitch. And he made a sinker that leaked bone for a homer, and a knuckle curve that rolled in the zone to Harper, and a really similar pitch 2-0 to Marsh. So those are the difference. That's how you get 4 runs. And people are going to wonder if something else was going on for those hits. Tops to third softly. That means to hurry. It does. What do you mean something else? Well, you start looking. Well, yeah, you're always looking for that. As a pitcher, I always have 3 other pitchers or 2 other pitchers watching me. See, tell me if I'm doing something. Because if you come out, if you start the game and it's boom, 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 or they're turning on pitches they normally won't, you got to make sure you're not tipping. The way to do it is to alter your mechanics, glove, or certainly the way that you're taking the ball, or any mannerism that you're doing different. So those things are always there for hitters. They're always looking for different things to pick at. Brandon Marsh hit a home run his first time up. He takes the ball here. But the last time Lance McCullers Jr. pitched in the World Series, Game 7 in 2017, 5 years ago on this day, the pitcher on the other side was tipping garbage.
All right, I'm back.
Striking at 21. Yeah, the easiest way is with the glove.
Yeah, she's doing good. She's on the couch, just chilling. 4-0 Phillies.
Different things, or you bite down. I mean, you're always looking at things to see what's different.
There we go. Brandon Marsh, Mr. Duck Dynasty himself. Nice single by Brandon Marsh. Next up, Kyle Schwarber. Bottom of the 5th, 4-0 Phillies. Oh for 1 with a run. Base on ball. Come on, Schwarbs. Let's go. Barbecue, yeah. Boiled peanuts. Sounds really good. I've never had that before. Is there like a sauce type thing, or is it just the peanuts themselves that are just boiled? Is there like something that you dip it in, or you just eat them? Dusty keeping a close eye on his guy, Sir Lancelot. Lance McCullers. 4-0 Phillies. Come on, Schwarber. Bottom of the 5th, 1-2 count, 1 out, 4-0 Phillies with a runner at first. Brandon Marsh. Come on, Schwarber. This game has gone pretty quick. And then after the show, after the game is over, we'll go for another 30, 45 minutes. You do food or, whatever we decide, and then we'll call it a night. And I'll be back here for game 4. and game 5. And then when we do game 5, we'll cover the Eagle game. And we're going to do the World Series as the primary, but we'll be watching the Eagle game as well when they go against the Texans and beat them by like 30. So bottom of the 5th, 1-2 count, 1 out, 4-0 Philadelphia. Felt really good to get out there. I had about a 3-hour break in the weather to take Paisley on an hour walk, and we got it done. Everything just coming up. Peaches and cream for Philadelphia. Let's go, baby. Home run, baby. Schwarber bomb. Fuck yeah, 6-0 Phillies. And all they got to do is play inspired baseball in game 4 and game 5, and they're going to be World Series champions. Let's go. 4th homer. Sir Lancelot, sit down. Nice try, bud. Nice try. Schwarber knew it instantly, too. Boom, baby. Crushed it. Next up, Rhys Hoskins. No, I never had boiled peanuts before. Yes, they are. And the cool thing about the Phillies is they can get home run power here, Schwarber, here, Hoskins, here, JT Realmuto, here, Bryce Harper, and you don't expect it, but you can sometimes get it here with Castellanos, Alec Bohm, Bryson Stott, Gene Segura, and Brandon Marsh. Like, everyone, there's certain guys that are a little bit more heavy hitters, but even the guys that are on the bottom end of the lineup can go yard or get you a good double or triple. Impressive, man. And this is exactly what I thought was going to happen tonight. Schwarber bomb, baby. 6-0 Phillies. And like I said, just the emotion. It shows you emotion in sports is huge for Uncle Mo and Uncle Momentum. Like you've heard the crowd in Philadelphia. Do you even remember the crowd chanting or getting excited in Houston in the first 2 games? Honestly, you know what I mean? There are a lot of bandwagon fans there. There's a lot of fans that, don't even give a shit about the Astros. But once it becomes playoff time, they put the jersey on and act like they're a fan. These are real fans. You know what I mean? There are going to be some bandwagon fans in the Philadelphia crowd also. You know what I mean? But they definitely show more passion than Houston fans. That's facts. And when you have a passionate fan base, sometimes that can will you to a championship. Thank you, Birdman. Yeah, I'm on Twitter, so if you can like and retweet the stream, I'm live on Twitter as well as live on YouTube. Thank you, man. How you doing, Birdman? Fuck yeah. I just want them to grab, their soul and just rip it out like Mortal Kombat. Finish him. Fatality. And we were just talking about homers, how each guy can go. The sports god must be listening to me right now. Because they're like, okay, well, O-Dog wants homers. He got it. Let's go. Good job, Reese. And the next 2 guys up can go yard too. 7-0 Phillies. Hopefully this shakes the confidence of the Astros, because if they don't win next game, it's over. They have to win game 4. If the Astros lose game 4, it's over. And the Phillies will win it in game 5. But if the Astros win in game 4, then Phillies will win maybe in game 6 in Houston. At least that they have to hope for that. Because if it goes 7, the Phillies are going to probably lose. But if you can get it done in 5 or 6, you're going to be World Series champs. That was fucking awesome. Schwarber bomb, Hoskins bomb. Let's go. 7-0. I love it. As a Mariner fan, this is just great. Let's go. Yeah, I got all the photos prepped. Let's go through. We'll give a Birdman just the breakdown here. Let's go through some of the photos that I do, because I mean I go a lot harder than most people on streams. You know, I really put a lot of effort. It takes me usually an hour and a half to prep for every stream, believe it or not, to make sure I got everything lined up correctly. So we started it off obviously with a beautiful thumbnail for my boy Johnny Thumbnails. Makes the best thumbnails on YouTube. Period. Just ask me, Grossi, and Perna. We are clients. Great work. And then we got Jose Altuve, Jeremy Pena, Yordan Alvarez, who's been kind of a non-factor, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Yuli Gurriel, David Hensley. They swapped him for Trey Mancini, Chaz McCormick, and Martin Maldonado. Schwarber bomb, Hoskins bomb, JT Realmuto, Bryce Harper, How about some more Bryce Harper? Harper bomb, Castellanos, Alec Boehm. I like his defense at third. Bryson Stott, Gene Segura, former Mariner, Mr. Duck Dynasty himself, Brandon Marsh. I see you on the far right. You're a busy man doing a TV show and being an everyday player. I see you, Brandon. And then a few of the pitching photos. Lance McCullers or Lancelot. Crushed his ass. Dusty Baker. Another Reese Hoskins. JT Realmuto. And Gene Segura. Your boy puts in work. Seven nothing, baby. Let's keep it going. Let's go for a couple more homers. Hey, let's go JT Realmuto. Get him on base and have Bryce go yard. Stanek on the mound. I suppose that we should put photos up for him. One, two count. Two outs. Seven zero Phillies, and they're not done. Let's go, Bryce Baum. Let's go, baby. Chant that MVP. Come on, Bryce. Well, he ripped it. He was going for a homer. Let's go, Bryce. Oh, he was ripping it. He was going for that moment. That World Series moment, baby. Let's go, baby. Big swing and a miss. Strike two. Beware of Harper's bat. 7-0 Phillies. Harper's Heroes. That's cool. Bottom of the fifth. Struck him out. All right, Stanek, I see you. End of the fifth inning. 7-0 Phillies.
The banter expert from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, like 2x miles on every purchase.
Next up,
You're being too loud. Thank you.
Jeremy Pena, 0 for 2. Gold glove as a rookie, stud.
Earn 5x miles on flights.
Yordan Alvarez, 0 for 2 with a K. Doesn't have that same presence as he did against the Mariners. If they did, they might not be losing 7-0 right now. And 0 for 2, Alex Bregman.
What's in your wallet?
The holidays, I love it, love it, love it. We go all out with the lights. Food, we live for food. I love Mama's dumplings. We build room boxes.
Yeah, I saw that in the pregame show.
Of course, smell like we come on for Christmas. He goes one way and I go the other.
But do you know why, though? Sarah, it's not really as strange as you think. Right? So Micah on the Cowboys, he's not going to be a Houston Astros fan. And the reason Micah is a Phillies fan is because he went to Penn State. So if you think about that, and that might not have been something that you thought of offhand, but he went to Penn State. And when you go to school there, that's, if you grow up in that area or you go to school to Penn State, a lot of those people are Phillies fans automatically. That's at least where I'm coming from. Yep. See the other people in the room, so they know. Harrisburg. Yep. Yeah, because you're in the pro and you're gonna, you got to think a lot of these guys have fandom prior to them making it to the big leagues or to the top of the line. Some of these guys are fans of sports, as a child or maybe when they went to high school or college. So it's a good choice. It's better to be a Phillies fan than being an Astros fan. Being a fan of cheating.
That's the thing about trades, you see, they don't happen on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, bet hard.
7-0 Phillies.
Oh, I mean, if they did, you wouldn't need a Geico claims team. There's available 24/7.
Slayer! Thank you, Mike. Always doing big things, so I got to make sure I give back.
Your claims team is here for you 24/7.
All right, baby. 7-0, top of the sixth. Due up, Jeremy Pena. Pena, foul. Top of the sixth, 7-0 Phillies. Exactly the way I like it.
But then the equalizer is that changeup with the safe delivery and just tremendous deception. And he's been connected with it ever since. And he's dropping short both times. Drops a foul. It's on 2. Jeremy Pena, a Gold Glove winner here as a rookie. Got announced today. Rawlings Gold Glove Award winners. We got 3 of the 20 winners across 2 leagues in the game tonight. On the Pena Cal Tucker, 1-1 for the Astros. JT Realmuto, Gold Glove catcher for the Phillies this year.
Nice leadoff hit there for Jeremy Pena.
position for the Phillies and really changed the dynamics once they let Didi go. That was the one thing, John, that Rob Thompson had to watch.
All right, Brogdon.
Same time last year. Said his plate appearances were really impressive. His discipline, awesome. But he wasn't totally
Next up, Yordan Alvarez.
completely exceeded his expectations. Got a lot better as this year's gone on. The off man board, Astros tried to chip away. Yordan Alvarez.
Alvarez popped up. Castellanos says, yeah, nice try. One away.
Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Geico.
Nick is great at defense. Next up, Alex Bregman. I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Is so huge for the usage of the bullpen for Philadelphia and Rob Thompson. He gets to save some bullets now in a game. Unless he gets close, he won't have to use some of the highest leverage guys.
Big swing and a miss. 0-1 count. I don't have one yet, but I have been looking at some in the last year. You know, if I get the WCW, the spinner belt, you know, or if I end up getting the AEW belt. But most of the belts that I'm looking at are $400 to $800, and I'm not going to spend $400 to $800 on myself. I would rather give that to the fans. So, but at some point, I will invest in a wrestling belt, and you'll probably see me have it on my shoulder or on my waist a lot once I do get it. But yeah, I haven't got one yet because, like I said, there's about 3 or 4 old Intercontinental title, the old WWF Championship belt where you can swap the plates and you can get new plates and screw them in. That's cool. Spinner belt is cool. Rated R Superstar or Cena. The WCW big gold belt that Ric Flair kind of made famous is awesome. The AEW World Championship is awesome. But like I said, I'm not going to be selfish and spend $400 to $800 on myself. I would rather give back to the fans and, you know, buy them something like a jersey or something like that. But eventually, yes, I will get one. I mean, if I get rich, I'll have probably like 3 or 4 of them. But at the time right now, that wouldn't be a smart purchase for me to buy. 7-0 Phillies, top of the 6th, 2 outs, 0-1 count. Brogdon. Tucker fouls off, 0 for 2. Fantastic job by Ranger Suarez, and he got the bats to back it up. Oh, 2 count. Pitch is low. 1-2 count. Nice. Fouled off. Yeah, because if you stick with the traditional W belt, like the championship one, like Rock, you know, and a lot of the other guys that have had in the last like 10 to 15, 20 years, if you get that standard model, you can get plates and you can switch them up. You can do Stone Cold, unscrew them, buy Rock, unscrew those, and they usually cost about $100 for a set of 2 plates, but that's pretty cool. So then you can make one belt like 10. You can switch up whoever you want to wear. Oh, I'm wearing Stone Cold, or I'm wearing Rock. Pretty neat. But they don't do that with all of them. But there's a one standard belt, the championship belt like the Rock had from, you know, maybe about 15 years ago. That one you can switch the plates out on, and they keep making new ones as well. So if you want to make it a woman's one, you know, if you have like a woman superstar that you want to represent, you know, if you want an old school wrestler and you can get those plates put on, you know, or someone that's current, but very, very cool. And they come in a really cool case too, with the separate plates that you can buy to upgrade your belt. And then also you can get like custom ones done where you can get like a team like the Eagles. And obviously they usually hand those out like, Vince McMahon, the Triple H, like when a team wins a championship, they'll make a custom one with the team logo plate from their guys that make them. Yeah, but that would be something that I definitely would rock. One that had like, Buccaneer plates or Oregon Ducks, or if I could ever get like Oregon Duck spinner belt where we could actually get the duck, symbol in the middle and spin it, and that would, or Tampa Bay or any of the teams, Mariners, that would be very cool. But that's a little bit more custom work that would have to be done. Swing and a miss. Got him. Let's go. All right, Connor. Nice punch out. Going to the bottom of the 6th. Oh. They're hitting him with the MC Hammer.
Wait, are you not blind, creator? Dancing crew, trip for 2, now the final interview. Buy or lease, masterpiece. Inside joke. Artichoke.
Yeah, originally they were going to have him pitch if the game was slated on Monday for Thor. So it's crazy that they have him. If he can just stay healthy, that could be a huge X factor. But like I said, I knew they were going to win, today. But it's all about winning the next 2. And like I said, they have a great chance to do it because think about it. I mean, if you're talking about crowd presence, who's going to be more amped up, the Houston crowd or the Philly crowd? And sometimes you just need that crowd. And that's really what's giving them that Uncle Mo and that Uncle Momentum. You can ask every player. They'll let you know. They'll say, if we didn't have this rowdy crowd, they wouldn't be in the World Series today. They are a big part of the success of the Philadelphia Phillies. You can tell. Just like the Eagles, if they end up winning it or getting to the Super Bowl, those fans will be a big part of it too. Because they know they're good. But when times get tough, you really need to rely on your fan base that's passionate, not to be negative, to be positive. Kind of like with Aaron Judge. He had a little bit of a slump, and those fans booed him. So if that's me, I'm leaving New York. I mean, if I'm going to break the record and Roger Maris, and you're going to be mad because I'm in a little bit of a slump, and you're going to boo me, why would I want to re-sign there with fans that are fickle and fake? If you can't celebrate me through the good, the bad, and the ugly, and you're going to boo me because the overall team sucks, not just me right now, I'm not coming back to New York. Fuck that. I don't give a shit if they offer $500 million. I'm not taking it. Fuck that. If the fan base is going to boo me, fuck that. I'm leaving. Whether that be, going to the Giants, the Mariners, the Dodgers, but I would be going anywhere but New York. There's nothing that's going to fix that, so we'll see if he decides to leave. And if he does, that might be one of the big reasons, to be aware of how the fan base treats you when you're doing good, and they can love you, breaking the Roger Maris to 62. But what about when I'm not doing so good? How are you going to react? You going to still root for me? You still going to cheer me? Or are you going to boo me like I'm a piece of shit? And apparently New York loves to boo. So, I can't really imagine him playing anywhere but the Yankees. But if I'm him, I'm going somewhere else. I'm not staying there because you're not going to win there. I mean, you're going to be good, but you're not going to be better than the Astros. National League will be tougher, but I mean, going to the Giants would be like a project. Going to the Dodgers would definitely elevate them more than they are now, but they're more pitching rather than hitting. Hitting's not the Dodgers' problem. It's pitching and injuries. So, or it might be like a wild card team that no one's talking about. So we'll see. But it'll be very weird to see Aaron Judge in a uniform other than New York. Next up, in the bottom of the 6th, Nick Castellanos fouled off. Or Kitty. Base hit. Good job, Nick. Torching Jose already. Love it. Next up, Alec Bohm. 7-0 Phillies.
7 hits, 7 runs. You would think they got 15 hits, but they just made the most of their hits. That's pretty good line scores.
1 for 2, a run and an RBI. I'm more impressed with his defense than his offense, honestly. He's been a gem for the Phillies this season and in the playoff run. Kitty. See if he can get a K or two.
World Series record. Most runs without having a runner in scoring position. I'm going on a limb, and I don't think that's going to break. I think it's a strong limb.
I think you guys could have pitched anybody tonight and you guys were going to win. Honestly, it's the crowd, man. The excitement in Philadelphia for sports, and especially with the Eagles being undefeated. I mean, that just is a perfect storm. Like, you already got Eagles fans drunk, wild, crazy, passionate, and then now the Phillies are there. I mean, it's a win-win situation for the city of Philadelphia right now. I mean, the only thing that you could ask for is if the Flyers and the Sixers can match this type of production, but that's not going to happen. On deck, Bryson Stott. Come on, Alec. Pitch is low. He walked him. That's not a good job, Jose. Next up, Bryson Stott. Judge the Braves would be crazy. Judge the St. Louis would be crazy too. Judge the Philly. Hey, fuck it. Judge to the Mariners with Julio. What's better than that, huh? Julio Rodriguez and Aaron Judge together? Fuck out of here. That'd be great. So fresh and so clean. All right, come on, Bryson. 0 for 2 today. 7-0 Phillies. Runners on first and second. 0-1 count. Stott 0 for 2. That's a good stat. So Sarah just brought a stat over. Obviously, we're on Twitter all the time. But Sir Lancelot is now the first pitcher in MLB history to allow 5 home runs in a single World Series game. Not a good stat to be a part of. Sorry, Lance. That's what happens when you cheat, Sir Lancelot. Cheaters never prosper. They always get caught, baby. Judge, Arenado, Goldie. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure if he would go to Cardinals or Mariners, but we can always dream, Sarah. What would be the most surprising shit of all? Judge goes to the Red Sox? That would probably be the most surprising shit ever, right? Like, oh, he's going to resign. And then all of a sudden he doesn't go to the Giants in San Francisco where he grew up, and he doesn't go to the Dodgers or the Braves or the Cardinals or the Mariners, and then he signs with like Boston. People would lose their fucking minds. But that would not happen, you wouldn't think, though. Boston doesn't have the assets or the money. Fouled back. Old man had a heart attack back there. Thought he was going to get the ball through the net. 7-0 Phillies. Bottom of the 6th, 1-2 count. Runners on first and second, baby. Yeah, Mariners need him just as badly. That'd be awesome. Fouled off. That's what we all want. I'll take Correa on the Mariners, too. Too bad the Yankees don't have good pitching. It would have been cool to see Judge in the World Series. Judge, Harper, Judge, but they just didn't have the pitching to compete.
Battle for the stop. Foul off 5 pitches.
7-0 Phillies. Big swing and a miss. Punched him out. All right, Jose. Next up, Gene Segura. I agree. I think people that have been following those teams understand that. It's not that the Sixers are horrible, but there's going to be a lot of teams that will be better than them, I feel. I mean, at least you got Joel Embiid, though. So at least you got like one piece that's like, you know, a lot of people will buy that jersey and they'll watch games for him alone. Wild pitch. Runners advance to second and third. Segura 0 for 2. Come on, baby. Big swing and a miss. 1-2 count. See, that's good. You know, you got to step your game up when you're NWSF because, I mean, no one's going to do more research or reading than us. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to make sure we pass that information back and forth. And, I mean, we're going to have more knowledge than anybody else, you know, on Twitch or YouTube just because no one's going to outread us. No one's going to watch more film. You know, we're going to be on top of it. And that's what you got to have. You got to have people that are dedicated to what they love. And that's what we love. We love sports and wrestling. And we're going to be all over that. So keep it up. Keep grinding. Well, it's kind of hard not to grind when you're, you know, associated with me on a daily basis. So, I mean, it's just a part of what we are. And even if you weren't a part of the channel, it's something that you still would be doing on your own anyways. So, I mean, that shit is interesting. You know, the more we know, the smarter we are. So that way we don't have any like dumbass, you know, opinions or horrible bad takes. Popped out, 2 away. Next up, Mr. Duck Dynasty himself, Brandon Marsh. Bottom of the 6th, 7-0 Phillies. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. Urquidy on the mound. And Brandon Marsh, 2 for 2 in the box. Let's go, Brandon. Pitch inside. 1-0 count. Marsh is 2 for 2, 2 runs, and an RBI. Youngest Phillies player with a home run in a World Series game. 24 years old and 318 days. 24, looks like he's 44 with that beard. They're going to have a beard off with him and Charlie Blackmon on the Rockies. All right, end of the 6th. All right, top of the 7th. 7-0, baby. Next up, for the Houston Astros, Yuli Gurriel, 1 for 2. David Hensley, 1 for 2 with a K. And Chaz McCormick, 0 for 1 with a walk and a K.
Now, are Big Macs really shrinking or my hands getting bigger?
Oh, easy, big guy. Look, a big car.
Now, there's a lot of good players that are going to be on the market that, especially the running backs like you sent, and I've been doing some research on that for the last 2 years. So I've already knew coming up after this season how many running backs. There's going to be like 12 to 15 quality running backs that will be switching teams, and it's going to be very interesting to see where people land.
When I left home, the Air Force offered me a path forward and taught me that weapons of war don't belong on our streets. So I fought for gun safety reform. Eventually, I took care of Mom, and I've worked to cap the cost of insulin and other prescription drugs.
For Mark Meek, fighting for us is personal. Paid for by friends at Mark Meek 16719.
I'm an independent. And I'm a Democrat. I'm a first-time voter.
I'm ready for a change.
Es tiempo para un cambio.
I'm pro-choice.
I've never voted for a Republican.
I'm voting for Christine Dreesen.
Christine's a new voice.
She's smart.
She listens. She brings people together.
She has a plan to lower the cost of housing
To fix the homeless crisis.
and to make our streets safe again. Christine Dreesen gives me hope.
It's time for a change.
Paid for by friends at Christine Dreesen. Pack ID 19050.
And I don't want to see me, 'cause I don't think that they understand. When everything's meant to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. I just want you to know who I am.
We have big news.
Really big.
Turns out the Big Mac isn't actually that big. Unlike the really big car, which is,
Oh, juicy.
hey, we're live.
It's just you and me, baby.
I'm uncomfortable. Bite into a really big burger. A really
Horrible bad takes get likes. Sometimes they do. That's just a part of, America and the world. Everyone loves ignorant behavior, being extra, being obnoxious, and being a liar, and just being fake. It's like people that are fake get rewarded. I never will be that way, though, man. There's enough fakes out there.
This is Kyle Gibson into the game for the Phillies. 7-0 seventh inning. Gibson was an option potentially in 5. He pitched his one game in the postseason. Option to finish this game. Yeah, I mean, there's so many options now that Rob did not have in the equation, or at least in the crystal ball, to see that he would have this luxury this late into the game. I mean, yesterday, a wash. Today, the perfect game so far for Philadelphia to give him cushion now for 2 more games here at home to use his bullpen differently.
Gurriel popped up. One away.
Baseball doesn't matter if you lose by 1 or 10, but it does matter on how your strategy is if it's a close game and you lose by 1. If you lose by 10, you lose by 8, your strategy is pretty simple on both sides.
Had to get to Kyle Gibson.
The toughest game to manage was game 1 for Rob Thompson, in my opinion. On the road, trying to steal a win, tie game, he went early to all his high leverage, and it paid off. And if it doesn't, maybe they come here down 2-0 because of what happened in game 2. But those things have trickle-down effects to your club, and he made a statement in game 1. 1-0 David Hensley. And then the home runs tonight that allowed them to cruise for that pitching staff. This is what the Phillies were built to do. Yeah, Wheeler and Nola have been really good all year. Yeah, the bullpen is rounded in the shape. We even featured them off in the top 10. They put up zeros all postseason. That's good. But who this Phillies team is what you're seeing tonight. A bunch of sluggers who can hit it a long way.
I think Houston wants it. They just can't do anything about it. They had to win those games at home, and they know how hot Philadelphia can get. They were the hottest team in the playoffs. Mariners were pretty hot, but Phillies took it to a whole nother level. So I think that they, it's not like they're new to this. They've gone to World Series and they've won, and they've gone to World Series and they've lost. And I think that they realize that they're in trouble. That when the games are in Philadelphia, it's going to be very hard to win there. Like you can get away with playing kind of so-so baseball if your crowd is incredibly lit. You know what I mean? You don't have to play a perfect game to beat Houston. Like you don't, especially if you have this Philadelphia crowd. So, I mean, they needed to go 2-0 in Houston. And since they split and they also split game one, I think advantage Philadelphia right after that. 70% chance to win when you win game one. So big swing and a miss. Punched him out. First strikeout. I just don't think that whatever they do, you got to think about their guys too. Guys that did really well against the Mariners and the Yankees, right, aren't really doing that good right now, right? So Altuve wasn't a slump, but he's starting to get better. Pena's pretty reliable, but not as impactful as he was in the last series. Yordan Alvarez has disappeared. Bregman every once in a while makes a play. Tucker still his homers, right? And then you're not really getting a whole lot from the bottom end of the lineup. Gurriel, Hensley today, instead of Trey Mancini, McCormick, Maldonado. These are guys that crushed, teams like Seattle, as well as the Yankees, and they're not getting the same results as they did. So, nice hit by Maldonado. Good job, Martin. I guess money changes people, if you want to be like Stephen A. and Skip Bayless and just yell and scream and be fake and just get paid millions of dollars just to get ratings, even though that's not really how you truly feel. I would hate to live my life that way. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be great to get paid $8 million a year to talk sports. You know what I mean? But I don't even need that much to do what they do. You want to be relatable. You want to have a connection. You don't want to be fake, but there's just so many people that are out there that love the fake and they love the ignorant. They love to watch World Star and watch people fighting and knocking each other out, watching people mumble rap with the grills and just a lot of this fucked up behavior, But not everyone is about that life. It's a lot of the younger generation that is brainwashed, the TikTok generation. I feel sorry for our younger generation. They're going to be a bunch of lazy motherfuckers. I'll tell you that right now. Just assuming that greatness is going to fall into their lap because they have a TikTok. Fuck out of here. They have no sense of work ethic whatsoever. Just lazy, stupid, brainwashed. Big swing and a miss. And not everyone that's on TikTok is a fucking idiot or that watches TikTok is an idiot, but I never will be on that app. I'm not wasting my life. Let's go. I did see that. Seriously injured like a 5-year-old and 4 other people. I mean, he's lucky he was not in there longer. That's got to be tough. But on the bright side for Andy Reid, at least his son is still alive compared to with the Kevin Nash situation where his son had a seizure and fucking died. Seizure, heart attack, cardiac arrest. Top of the 7th, 2-2 count, 2 out, 7-0, Philadelphia. Chopper. There we go. Could we get a Phillies Eagles in one season? A dual championship? Maybe. Going to the bottom of the 7th. (7-0) Phillies. All right, due up. Kyle Schwarber bomb, 1 for 2, 2 runs, 2 RBIs, and a base on a ball. Then Rhys Hoskins, 1 for 3, a run, RBI, 2 Ks, and JT Realmuto, 0 for 3 with 2 Ks. Let's go. Schwarber bomb, baby. Yeah, at some point, I think I'm going to have to invest in a new phone. My phone is so old right now that it doesn't even charge properly. Like it takes forever. Like the battery in it is like dead, and I think they turned off some of the stuff on it. So I think I might try to go get a new phone tomorrow, and hopefully they don't make me try to pay out of pocket, which they will. Even though if I'm available for like an, isn't it funny how they're like, oh, you're available for an upgrade? Oh, but just not that phone. That's the new one. That's the one that you got to pay $300 for. And then if you look at the one that's like free with the upgrade, it's like not that much better than the one that you already got. You're like, well, I might as well pay the money. So that way, for at least for the next 1 to 3 years, I got something that's like, better. So I think I might try to go get one tomorrow because this one is about to crap out on me. Oh, we got a couple donos by the goats. Thank you guys. I appreciate you very much. This is going towards the thumbnail fund and taking care of Paisley and the fam fund. First one is Mike Morgan, always doing big things, stepping up in the absence of some of our other goats. And it really helps. Because like I said, if we don't have Cyberpunk, Holly Hundo, or Mr. Williams in the room every day, that was the 3 heaviest hitters of the channel. So you need other people, hopefully, to step up or support when they can. And we definitely have gotten some good results from people like Eagles, John, and Mike. And I appreciate you guys more than you guys will ever know, man. Because, if I didn't have other people step up, I don't even know what we'd be looking at for me and Sarah putting in all this hard work and sitting at the end of a 5-hour stream at like $10. That would be heartbreaking, Mike, 823, baby. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $8.23, baby. I appreciate you. Slayer. 823. Appreciate you. Slayer. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. And then we got Eagles John. He wants to get in on the potty. $10. Thank you, guys. There we go. Eagles John, $10 dono on the Cash App. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Thank you, Eagles. Appreciate you. Let me know what you guys want to see as far as photos at the commercial break. Mike, if you got another band or, someone that does metal or someone that you are thinking of, let me know. And Eagles John, let me know if you got anyone specific rather than your guys' regular stuff, since I do like learning about you guys and what you guys like and what you don't. And I can cater to you guys. Appreciate you. Every dollar counts, especially, if I'm doing $35, for every thumbnail that I'm doing. So obviously I'm investing in myself and the better overall look of the product. And the one thing that needed improvement was thumbnails. And I didn't know if I'd be able to afford, to get, that type of thumbnail with that type of price. But it's worth it. It's going to be able to boost the channel, if not now, in the future. And it just looks good overall. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys. Bottom of the 7th, 7-0 Phillies. 2-1 count. Jose Urquidy on the mound. 25 pitches in. And we got Schwarber maybe getting a Schwarber bomb, hopefully shortly.
On what the pitcher was giving away. Too many pitches in the same area with the same. And the more you see that
3-2 count.
deviation you're seeing, and these kind of hitters, they took advantage of it. And you're going to see
Come on, Schwarber.
we're in the strike zone.
Yes.
Schwarber's got one of those 5 home runs. So now
Yeah, we appreciate you tremendously. This gives me an opportunity to be able to invest back into the channel, take care of Paisley, spoil her with, bones and ropes and food and just getting her treats, making sure that things get paid, for living costs. And, giving back to you guys is always going to be my number one priority. So I appreciate you guys tremendously. 7-0 Phillies. We're almost to the goal. We're almost there. $6 away. And it looks like we'll probably exceed that, which is awesome. Oh, Schwarber. Wow. He's got some fucking power, doesn't he? Mike with another dono. He said, I'm going to make sure O-Dog is taken care of. And I appreciate you. 1909. My guy. Thank you. Schwarber swinging a miss. Struck him at. Nice pitch from Jose. Next up, Rhys Hoskins. $19.09. We're going back in time with a number like that. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $19.09, baby. Appreciate you. That's me on the far right after Mike donates and the Eagles, John. Popped up. 2 away. Next up, JT Realmuto.
I actually think it's easier for a pitcher who has not had success to make the adjustment than for hitters who faced a pitcher and dominated, like the pitcher dominated. So look for Nola to make some adjustments off of what he did in game one, and we'll just see how the Houston Astros notice or not on what he's pitching and how he's pitching. Followed by Real Muto, he gave him 5 runs.
All right, let's go, baby. Yes, thank you so much, man. Especially when we have less people. I'm doing everything I can to get my name out there, to get me and Sarah out there, to be able to, get better thumbnails. But it all depends on, on them. They decide on who they share it with. That's on YouTube. They decide who gets the notification or who doesn't. So they really pretty much control on who makes money, who doesn't, who gets seen, who doesn't. All you can do is, try to fight the analytics and the metrics, but it's pretty much up to them, and it's kind of a shame that I'm not being able to get my name out there, because I do feel I have one of the best, sports and overall channels. If you're going to put me in a genre of sports/wrestling, we have one of the best that's out there in the world. It's just a shame that it's not necessarily, I think, that they don't think I am. It's just, they have their favorites, and, they're going to cater to the people that are going to make them the most money. And, if you promote me more, the more people that I have, the more people that will donate, and that means more money in Google and YouTube's pocket. So it doesn't really make any sense to me while you're holding me back for the last 4 years, but I'm still here. I'm still grinding. And sometimes it's nicer to have an intimate kind of with like 20 people or 30 people or less. I know we're going to get to a point where we're going to kind of laugh and remember like how we used to have these like individual conversations, because it will get to a point where there's so many people in the room and so many people chatting that we won't be able to like see everyone's message I have to scroll up a little bit, scroll down. So, we got to be thankful that we kind of have this like VIP club experience for about 20 of us where we're very, very close. And there'll be new members that will help us grow. But I do appreciate this time, and it shows you it's not necessarily about having, 70, 700, 7,000 in the room. You can have a great time and make a living and have a connection, even if you do have 20 people or less. Now, I definitely get results better than most people that have 20 people or less, because I think if it was anybody else that had 20 people or less, they're not able to do this full time. It's just not going to happen. But you got to be able to be honest and genuine and real and have a connection with the fans that turn from fans into friends into family. And that's the biggest thing that I think most YouTuber streamers and Twitch streamers don't realize, that the channel is about the people watching, not about the person that's doing the channel. That's facts. Huh, Paisley? Boom. You guys let me know what you want to see. All right. Let me make some room.
Thanks for helping me out.
Of course. You can easily get helpful customer service over the phone or on the Progressive app. Pretty much anywhere. Like at the coffee shop, at the park.
I gotta make room with some of these Spinal Tap and Slayer. I gotta move these. Slayer! All right, I gotta move this. All right, here we go.
It's kind of a pain until now. Introducing new Skechers slip-ins. Hands-free technology for your footwear. Just step in and off you go. Putting your shoes on has never been easier. Plus, they're even machine washable. Go hands-free with your footwear with new Skechers slip-ins.
Give me some names of Alabama players that you want to see. So that way, I mean, I can always pull up the Saban stuff and like that. But if you got somebody specific like Tua in Alabama gear, or Jalen Hurts, or Amari Cooper, I could do Derek Thomas and a few of these others. So, in your opinion, Mike, since the upset happened with Tennessee, Alabama's good enough to make the playoffs. Do you predict that they get into the 4 as number 3 or number 4 by the time that the season ends? Or there's no way Alabama doesn't make the Final 4, right? Like, Georgia, Alabama, we assume that they're going to be there, and maybe Tennessee and Ohio State. I know other teams like Clemson and Michigan think they're going to be there, but they won't be. But it should be probably Tennessee, Ohio State, Georgia, Bama is what it looks like it could be. Maybe another sleeper team gets in there, or if Tennessee loses, then they're out, right? But Ohio State, Georgia, Bama for sure, and then one other team. Who is it going to be? At least that's what I'm thinking. This is kind of a rare air territory because normally Bama's 1 or 2. When's the last time we've seen Bama ranked 5th or 6th? It's like doesn't really happen. And if it does, it's for like a week, and then they go right back up. So Derrick Henry and Amari Cooper, awesome. Reggie White, great choices. And I'll dip into like high school and college. I won't just do like the popular shit. I'll look for like that weird shit. I always like the weird and unusual as far as like collectibles and pictures and my memorabilia. I like to find that photo or that item that makes you like have a feeling, like a vibe, It tells a story. I think Paisley just took a fat dump. So I think I'm smelling poo in the other room. So we will have to go investigate shortly. All right, Altuve in the box, top of the 8th. And like I said, this next game number 4, is a must-win for the Astros. If you lose, the series is over. 100%. 100. As great as the Astros are, they're not going to win 5 in Philadelphia, 6 and 7. It's not going to happen. Philadelphia is too good, and I do smell the poo. The poo is coming and wafting into this room. Good defense. Altuve, bye-bye. Next up, Jeremy Pena.
You said, John, today that if the Phillies win this World Series, you think it'll be the most improbable one in your lifetime? Absolutely. And again, and I'm sure there's going to be something I'm overlooking, but I'm talking about in recent memories, and certainly since I've been fortunate enough to do this job. Even when the Chicago Cubs came back down 3 games to 1 against Cleveland, they had the pitching to do it. It wasn't like, but the way this season has unfolded and to get in the way they did and to beat the teams that they have, that to me.
Your boy was super fast and went and cleaned up the poo. Paisley's poo is cleaned up. Jeremy Pena and the Astros have been playing like poo. But maybe they'll turn it around because they need to have a fucking meeting. And I'll tell you what, if you don't get the best performance of the year tomorrow, it's over in 5 in Philadelphia. (7-0) Philadelphia. Top of the 8th, 1-2 count, 1 out. Nelson on the mound. Jeremy Pena 1 for 3 in the box. You guys rock. You guys are the best. And I think once we get bigger and bigger, people will realize like how much work that me and Sarah do on like a daily basis to, try to have a successful stream, but also producing a show on the fly. That's not something anyone else really does. They just turn on the start broadcast, they start talking, and that's pretty much it. You have people that donate, you read off a message, you interact, but you don't really full-fledged produce a show on top of narrating it and then interacting. And I mean, there's a lot more work I feel that goes involved in what I do compared to everyone else. I mean, especially when you got things like you're prepping on the fly, and it's all about the experience, visually. You have to have standards. Yeah, if I could only train Paisley to clean up her poo. 7-0 Phillies. Pitch is outside. He walked him. Next up, Yordan Alvarez. I don't know, but I always like working hard. That's just, you know what I mean? Like, do I have to do all these pictures? Fuck no, I don't. You know what I mean? But I figured if I'm going to go for it for the visual experience, I'm going to give you everything I got. I'm going to give you, everything that I can find, everything that looks great, everything that's HD or 4K. And, I'm going to make sure I prep and put in the time. And instead of just like, I got to stream today, and just be lazy about it. I'll never do that. Because I try to do it based on if I was watching someone, like what would I want to see, as far as effort and being able to put on a fully produced show. I mean, the only thing that's missing is Fox Sports, ESPN, NFL Network logo or MLB or Food Network. Pitch is high, 2-0 count.
In all 3 games was just busted out of the gates.
2-0 count. Fouled off. 2-1.
Yes, absolutely. And give the credit to collective game planning on the other side too. But Alvarez is a monster if you start fretting as a staff that you can't get certain pitches by him. He starts turning pitches around again. Watch the series change as well. 2-1. Takes inside ball 3.
3-1 count.
Astros trying to gather some good feelings as this one lines out. 1-4 to game 4 tomorrow.
Popped up. 2 away. Every second is taken advantage of, baby. Good old Derek Thomas. Can never go wrong there. Dusty. He's like, what do I do? There's nothing you can do, bud. Not today. Next up, Alex Bregman. Oh, the bots even love your boy. Man, if I was as popular with the bots that I am on YouTube, we would be fucking millionaires already. All right, Mike. I'll bless you with some more pictures next time I see you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Have a great one. I was going to say, if you had some more time, I could post up some more, but at least I got a few here. A little Alabama love for all your support. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Popped up. Foul. 1-2 count. I owe Mike like 100 pictures. So hopefully we'll get him tomorrow when I do the World Series game, and we can bang out about 20 or so for him. 7-0 Phillies. Top of the eighth, 2 outs, 1-2 count. Nelson on the mound, Bregman in the box. Bregman popped up. Thank you, Mike, for everything that you do. Definitely, he's the real MVP. Oh, Mike, and Eagles John are in the room. I'm there, man. Squad, baby. Now, Eagles John, I'll get you some photos here once we get to the break as well. All right, Bregman, what do you got, man? One, 2 count. Fouled off. Well, these motherfuckers don't quit. Pitch is high, 2-2 count. He's like, please, sports gods, let's get something here. It's not going to be today, though. Fouled off. I mean, there's definitely possible the Astros rip off 1 to 3 runs in the last 2 innings, but I mean, you're up 7, so you're sitting fine. And both teams can come back 5 runs or more. We've seen it multiple times, but the flow of the game, right? There's no like this type of reaction for Houston. I mean, you already know what's going on. I mean, you can get on a run because the pitching is different. That's the thing about baseball. By the time you get through your 3rd or 4th at bat, you might have faced 3 different pitchers. So maybe you went against a starter, you went against Ranger, and you fucking sucked ass, for fucking 2 at bats. But then now you're on the backup, so maybe you can find a way to get something going. That's what makes baseball so tricky. Bregman. Foul. Yeah, I didn't know Mike was going to leave. I would have pulled up at least 5 or 10 more if I knew he was going to, but maybe it was just all of a sudden. So at least I had some of those Alabama ones right there that I just pulled. So. Dusty looking at that ball go foul. Check swing. Full count.
If you had to face 10 of him or 9 of him, you would throw the most pitches you've ever thrown in your entire life. Like, that's how good he is. And obviously, there's not 9 perfect, but you make a pitcher work for everything that he had. Every performance was with your other face a million ant-sized lions or
Pitches outside. He walked him.
Bregman truly earns this walk.
Top of the 8th, 2 outs. 7-0. Runners at first and second. Bregman walked. Pena to second. Next up, Yordan Alvarez. Or excuse me, Kyle Tucker. I don't know why I said Yordan. Maybe I'm just hoping for him to go off at some point. It's like, bro, are you going to homer at all in the World Series? Like, but Kyle Tucker, we know he can. He homered twice in game 1. 0 for 3 today with a K, though.
Talking about it a little bit, but game 4 is tomorrow. Coverage starts at 7 o'clock Eastern. Christian Javier. You don't hear a ton about him just because of all the stars on this team. And Verlander, Trump Valdez at the top of the rotation in particular. But Christian Javier has 5 consecutive starts back in the regular season where he's not given up a run. He's showing an ability to really pitch well in tough environments. A couple really good ones in Yankee Stadium. Gave up a run in relief in the Vision Series, but as a starter, okay, over his last 5. Now following you. You were looking at it double check. I was wondering what his streak was, but the relief appearance. Tucker's 0 for 3.
0 for 3. Tucker popped up to the warning track, and we are going to the bottom of the 8th. Next up for your Philadelphia Phillies, Bryce fucking Harper. 1 for 3, 2 RBIs and a K. Will he go yard again? We will find out. Love me some Bryce. After Bryce Harper, we have Nick Castellanos, 1 for 3. And the third baseman, defensive wizard, Alec Bohm, 1 for 2, a run, an RBI, and a walk. All right, Bryce, let's go. Bryce just looks like a Hall of Famer. You know, he just looks like a baseball player. He looks like greatness. And then once you start, talking to yourself in a positive manner and you don't lose confidence in yourself, and you know that you are a phenom and you're special, and even though maybe you lost your confidence at one point or another, but you had a rebirth in your career, and thank God you got out of that dumpster fire in Washington. Everything Washington related is a dumpster fire, so thank God. Even though they won the World Series and they, have gotten something with the Caps with Alexander Ovechkin, overall, I know Philadelphia is happy to have him, and I think he's very happy to be there. He'd rather be here than be in Washington, I'll tell you that.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Swing, swing, swing. You final plantings.
So by the time we end up getting this particular matchup over, it's 3 hours and 4 minutes. So we're not going to go 5 or 6 or 7. I want to make sure that, since Sarah is back working and we're grinding again, I'll have plenty of things to read and do film study and keep up on stuff. So once we hit the 4-hour mark, we'll call it. I mean, sometimes I'll go 5, even if we got, a lot of people. I mean, if we go on some crazy dono train and a lot of people show up, I would consider going 5, but obviously, Sarah, you are more than welcome to go at any point that you feel to go. But I will go until the 4-hour mark, and I think that's probably where I'm going to end it. I mean, unless we have some like insane like wave of people and possible dono opportunities, and we're just vibing, and then I would consider doing 5 at the most tonight. But I'm thinking 4 might be the sweet spot. But you never know. Sometimes we say that, and all of a sudden we get like 10 of the goats to show up, and then all of a sudden, we're just having a great time, and time is ceasing to exist. We go in the DeLorean, and we start going back in time, talking about stuff, and it will be nice to be able to get Cyberpunk back in here regularly, as well as Holly Hundo and Mr. Williams. But I know all 3 of them are working really hard, or they're feeling under the weather. So I hope the best for all 3 of them, that mentally that they are doing okay. And we can't wait for them to be in here, and before they come in the room. And then once they come in the room, we're just, it's a whole nother level. Speaking of greatness, Macho Man Savage and Bryce Harper. Let's go, Bryce. I like having different photos of Bryce, too, the different angles, him batting, him celebrating a home run. Nice collage with that uniform. Love that uniform. That's one of the top 5 best uniforms of all time. Even if it got that purple, and I know some people are like, well, purple sucks. I don't want to wear purple, but it blends really well with that color blue. It looks awesome. I don't care what anyone says. Bottom of the 8th, 1-2 count, 7-0 Phillies. Come on, Bryce. 7-0 Phillies. Popped up. 1 away. Okay, next up, Nick Castellanos. 1 for 3 today. Yeah, defensively, man. I love his defense. That's really what has stood out to me. His defense, Alec Boehm's defense at third base, and every once in a while you'll get a little Gene Segura with some defense. Wow, worst defender in baseball, and now he's showing like he's one of the best when it counts. That's unbelievable. He was the worst in the regular season out of everyone? Oh, my God. What a turnaround, huh? That's the type of shit that turns you into a fucking legend. Like, you were just fucking horrible at defending, and now he's one of the best. And most people don't remember him on the Reds unless you followed Cincinnati. Every time I think about Nick Castellanos, I'm thinking this. He's always on the fucking ground, diving, making some kind of like crazy ass play. You the man. Nick Castellanos. Great defender, even though he was, I guess, the worst. What a turnaround. Big swing and a miss. 2-2 count. That makes it even more crazy. Like that he was not only the worst on his team, but arguably one of the worst in Major League Baseball, and you were able to feed off this crowd and the coaching staff and your teammates, and you've made some game-saving, like big plays. They would have lost game 1 if it wasn't for him making that diving catch, and he just struck at. Oh, they are going to. Oh, dog, if I say it, we're going to talk it into existence, baby. Right there. Stone Cold. Phillies. Kevin Owens. Astros. It lines up perfectly to be the team that doesn't have home field, because you actually want to be that second team. You know what I mean? You split or you win the first two, then you got 3 at home, you're winning for sure, right? But if you end up losing one or both, and you're that team that's got the first 2 and the last 2, you might not get to the last 2. So I think that when they do the 2-3-2, it really favors the team that doesn't have home field, because if you split or win 2, you're automatically like going to win if you just take care of business at home. You just got to hope that Houston doesn't get hot in game 4 or in desperation game 5. And they will fight them. Oh, nice catch against the wall. Kyle Tucker with the defense. And we're going to the top of the 9th.
Well, sitting on homeowners insurance with Geico's help was pretty fun too.
And when you end up winning game 1, it increases your chances of winning the series like 60 to 70%. Because if you lose game 1, Houston wins, and then you win game 2, what are the chances that no matter how good your team is or how hot you are, you're going to win 4 in a row against a team that won 20 more games than you in the regular season? Probably not very likely. Maybe 3 if you're really hot, but 4, you're asking too much. So just the simple fact that Philly won the game that was a must-win in game 1, dropped the game 2 that they knew they were going to lose, just based off emotion and how sports goes, the back and forth. That's how I'm able to usually do predictions and predict who's going to win, right? And then you got 3 at home. So it really lines up. Like we've said, you just got to win at home, which isn't crazy to think. You got the crowd behind you, and you're just like playing a regular season series, and you're just trying to win 3 out of 4. You know, and obviously game 2, 3, 4, 5 is what I'm speaking of. And I think they're going to do it, man.
I'm in for what's next. Ready to create a bigger
Yes, fast game, good game to be fast. You know, but it's still going to end probably around that, 3 hour and 25-minute mark. And we'll have about 30 minutes to 40 minutes of just doing pictures of whatever we want to do. And then we'll just call it, and then we'll be able to, read and do film study. You can catch up on some TV shows, or if you want to hang out with your puppy, we'll definitely have opportunities to do those things. So.
Tell your doctor if you've been someplace where fungal infections are common, or if you're prone to infections, have cuts or sores, have hepatitis B, have been treated for heart failure, or if you have persistent fever.
But one thing is clear, Astros fans aren't cocky anymore. They're not talking shit like they were going to sweep them, because they got to a point where they just thought, okay, we swept the first 2 teams. We're just going to sweep everybody. Not so fast. You might be able to do it to the Mariners and the Yankees that have pitching issues, right? Maybe a little depth problem, but Phillies are a well-tuned championship team, and they're starting to finally realize that maybe we were too cocky. Like maybe we should have given like the Phillies, like even though that they're a wild card, maybe we should have given them a little bit more respect, and knowing that that's how baseball is, hot and healthy. You can overachieve against a team that's more talented with more effort and clutch plays and better coaching. So if you end up making, a run and your team isn't as good as the other, right, supposedly, but you can come together and play like the hot team and the better team. And that's really what it comes down to, that brotherhood. Can you guys just lock in together for a 7-game series and be all about each other and leave the egos at the door? And it's all about each other. And that's how you're able to get the performance you're getting out of Philly. And the fans are a big reason why. Also, the fact that the Eagles are undefeated, it helps tremendously because the vibe is already strong in Philadelphia. It can't get any higher right now unless like the Sixers are a championship team and they're, there as well. But that might be asking too much. It's usually 1 or 2. I don't think you really have a city that has 3 or 4. Like all major sports, like you're just winning everything in Chicago or New York or LA, but baseball and football for Phillies and Eagles, you're on cloud 9 right now. You're living your best life. Because as far as you're concerned, if you're a Philly fan, the Phillies should be able to win the World Series, even though people are hating. And the Eagles, even as an underdog, should be able to get to the Super Bowl NFC Championship game minimum. So if they get upset, it could happen, but based off the depth and the coaching and the draft picks and, A.J. Brown and everything they got, they could get to the Super Bowl and win it. They're the only team that is in the NFC that could beat the Bills and the Chiefs. I don't think there's anyone else that could do it right now. There's other teams that are there, but even the Niners, if they beat the Eagles in the NFC Championship game, I don't think they're good enough to beat the Bills or Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They'd be good, but just not good enough. 7-0, Phillies, top of the ninth. They got Trey Mancini in.
The struggles between Mancini and Diaz. Yeah, it's tough to say for a manager because the ebb and flow of a season, you can ride those things out and you know it's going to turn around, but you don't have that luxury when a guy gets lost mechanically.
Whenever we have discussions, I'm always looking at, sports and just life different. There's usually a common perspective, and it's always good to, kind of have that outside opinion and, not what the obvious is. And sports is psychological. Fans are a big part of, that feeling, that aura and that energy in the air. You can tell when people are booing you or when you're loved. And there's a big difference to be able to perform when people are booing. It's not easy. Only the greats can do it. Top of the ninth, 2-1 count. Bellotti versus Mancini. Popped up. 2 away. Hell yeah, baby. Utter domination. And that's what you want to see. Utter domination at home at the game that we weren't going to lose and the game that you should have won. Game 1, Houston. You didn't do it. So you're letting it slip through your fingers, and it shows you hot and healthy. That applies to the NFL as well as Major League Baseball. Hot and healthy. So big with that momentum. 1 out away, and then we'll get into some photos of food or whatever the fuck we want. And then we'll end the stream here in about 42 minutes. Almost hit him. Chaz McCormick. Pitches inside, 2-0 count. Seven 0 Phillies, top of the ninth, 2-0 count, 2 outs. They're last to their last out, baby. Let's go. Pitches outside, 3-0 count. Don't lose it here. Three-0 pitch. There's a strike. Three 1 count. Yep, 3-2. Full count. Top of the ninth. Dribbler down third, foul.
And again, as crazy as what I'm about to say is, a 7-0 loss. I mean, if there's a way to lose a game, you believe you outplay in every facet. You lost. It's actually easier to get over that as a team than if you lost on your off or lost.
Yeah, definitely it's a football town, but if you start racking championships, I mean, that's going to – well, I mean, what do you think? If they win the World Series, you don't think that's going to motivate the Eagles even more? You know what I mean? Like, this brotherhood is strong there. There's not a lot of places that have that passion where, you can tell there's certain fan bases, us in the Northwest, we got Seahawks and Ducks. Yeah. Yeah. But Seahawks and Ducks fans are extremely passionate. Like, if you look at Beavers, Ducks, Seahawks, Mariners out here, we rep. You know what I mean? You're going to have the LA teams, but it's different. LA is LA. Dodgers and all that, and the Raiders, Chargers, Niners, that's separate. Pacific Northwest, our passion is higher. We have, because we'll stick with our teams even if they go 0-11. Even if we're like horrible. A lot of the LA squads in California, if they're not doing too good, people they don't start, they fall off the wagon. They're not watching as much. But you're going to get Beavers, Ducks, Cougars, Huskies. You're going to get the Mariners, the Seahawks, but especially Blazers, Ducks out here. I mean, we'll stick with it. But your guys' passion, man, is up there. It's very, very good. All right, we got photos for 39 minutes. You guys control the rest of the stream all the way. So you let me know what you guys want, and we'll hang out for 40 minutes, and then we'll call it a day. And look at the singing together and, that camaraderie. I love that. It makes me feel alive when I hear people all about the same thing together. It's like when I go to Eugene and you got everyone, dancing together in the beginning of the fourth quarter with the shout and just the vibe that you get with other fans that are some as hardcore as you, some is not, but, you're all about the same thing. You're all about the team and the players and support, and it's incredible, man, especially if you're from a sports town or you're close to a sports town. So even though I don't got an NFL team close, and I'm a Tampa fan, I mean, we got a lot with the Ducks and the Mariners and the Seahawks and Beavers. So chicken nachos, donos for donuts. That sounds great. Let's do it. I love it. They're still singing. I mean, they're just cities that are really good with the passion, even though they get a bad rep sometimes. Well, I don't have to do as much prep for tomorrow if I'm going to be able to use some of these ones and then add some new ones. So that's good. So that would mean I won't have to prep as long. I'll still be doing extra, but there we go. That's a good foundation.
Tell me the position the Phillies are in tonight. That's a really good team over there. They're world champs, and they've been there and they've done it before. And but we got our fan base. We're at home right now, and we love playing at home. So we're excited about tomorrow night. We're gonna play 27 outs to make sure that we do it the right way.
Yeah, and like I said, tomorrow's game is the biggest game in the series, besides Game 1. That was the biggest game in the series, Game 1, and then this is the second biggest game because, again, if Philadelphia can fight that momentum and that fire that the Astros are going to bring, right, then they're going to be able to win it in Game 5. But if the Astros smack them, right, then Philly will win Game 5. Then it'll go back to 6, and you got to pray like a motherfucker that you win right away because if it goes 7, you're going to lose. That's how the formation is going to go based off the ESP, the momentum shifts. I've seen 7-game series since I've been 3 years old. So, I mean, I kind of, and you can kind of tell if it's going to be a 5-game series, a 6, where the team is good, but just not good enough. Maybe they win 2, the other team wins 4, or if it truly is right down the middle, or one team makes a fiery rally halfway through the series, and then we got something really crazy where we don't know what we're going to get from either team, and it has to go 7, and most likely the home team in 7 wins 9 times out of 10.
Makes reindeer fly to make anything happen. This is the team that's going to make a run at the World Cup. All we have to do is believe. Last time I checked, that's like your whole thing. You seen this? There's more.
Congratulations, Phillies. Congratulations. My food. All right, we got to take the World Series down. Before food photos. Then the food comes up. And then me the rest of the show.
They are able to make connections that others can't, and I find that very valuable.
But some say there's still room for improvement. A closer look tomorrow on Good Day Oregon.
Votes were cast, facts were checked, taxes were raised. Andrea Salinas raised them.
Salinas voted for the largest tax increase in state history. That is accurate. The tax is big.
Big, but certainly not the last if Salinas gets her way. She backs new energy fees that would take gas prices.
Look at that cheese on that.
For a tax-loving liberal like Andrea Salinas, the bigger the better. And in Congress, there's more to tax. If she wins, that's when the congressional leadership.
Oh, we got some donuts for donuts for donos.
I understand it's impossible.
Well, I know most people don't like games that are 7-0, but even if you're not a baseball fan or, you're not an Astro lover, if you don't, if you live in Houston or you're an Astro fan, then everyone else besides them on planet Earth is rooting for Philadelphia. Throwing snowballs at Santa for the Eagles fans is forgiven for now.
In a matter of days, it's the biggest night in politics, and the 2022 midterms live on Fox News. With the balance of power in the line, we take you inside the states that everyone will be watching.
All right, 34 minutes to go. A little bit of nachos to start us off. Maybe some donuts.
This one night could change the course of history.
In a matter of days, it's Democracy 2022 on Fox News. Your freedom, your vote.
We not only want you to face your fear, we want you to smash it.
Damn, the nachos be looking good. The cheese and the chicken in that, though, is like the proportion of the cheese is on point. Like if you want nachos, you can even have more on the outside. Because look at those chips on the outside layer. Like they're not even touching the cheese except for like the front part of the chip. I need the cheese to be like spread at all. I mean, it's over, but looks like they got some good chicken in there too. And then blah blah. I even gotta take the logo down for shit like this. Don't need to have no ego about the logo. It's about the food, not NWSF. The food. We can't cover up that donut right there with this. See ya later. We got to look at that white with the sprinkles. Yeah, nachos does sound amazing right now. This might be one of the best donut photos on the internet, like of all time. Just the amount of colors that you see. It's like you can be in a shit mood and like you look at that and you don't even like donuts, but it's just so fucking colorful. It's like hard not to smile or kind of like be in a little bit better of a mood and then kind of imagining what the filling is on them. Is it cherry? Is it like lemon? Is it regular? Is there chocolate in the inside of some of those? Like,
They were KB, and offensively, this team had an outstanding team approach. They were looking soft.
oh, A-Rod, I can't wait to listen to his commentary.
Home runs, 4 of them on breaking balls. But the big guy, Bryce Harper, first pitch curveball, hit it a mile. Here's a little sick piece. Boom hits it out. And then slider. A change up here. Over 400 feet by Schwarber. And then a slider, a block one. Hopkins looking breaking ball, getting breaking ball, and hammered it. Well job done, executed by the offense of the Phillies today.
All right, NXT is on, so I'm going to just turn that on. I got Life Below Zero That's the first thing I'm going to be watching after. So I guess I'll watch a little bit of this.
And he was helping raveling this mess that no field made. He's lucky. If it was me, I would have shot him.
Thank you. You too. Trust in me.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people, they're like, oh, fuck them, and all that. And then I know it's like, it's not as bad as like Cowboys and Patriots, those Cowboy fans and Patriot fans. I mean, especially Patriot fans now, I don't think get the same kind of ribbing anymore, since they're not good anymore. But Cowboys are still pretty good, so they're always going to get the haters talking shit when they're. I mean, at the very worst, the Cowboys are like, used to be 8-8. Now it would be like 8-9 or 9-8. But usually on their worst seasons, they're usually sitting around that, or maybe a game or two behind that, like 7-10. But you're not going to really see the Cowboys win 3 games or 2 games that often. They got enough talent to at least get close to 500 at the very least. We got Braun Breaker coming out with the NXT title. NXT title looks cool with the big X in the front. That's a cool title. Nacho, very much. Even though they're not using the Steiner moniker, Scott Steiner or Rick Steiner, because maybe those guys have a negative connotation on what he wanted his legacy to be. Plus, Braun Breaker is catchy, so that's why they used it. Instead of Braun Steiner, that doesn't sound really like catchy, Rick Steiner had a good reputation. Scott just went kind of crazy with the big Papa Pump. But if you're NWO, you NWO for life. Tacos. A little sweet. And then we get a little greatness.
It was a monumental night for NXT. It's a monumental night for that entire locker room. And I'm not just talking about just for me, talking about guys like Wes Lee, who climbed the ladder and captured North American Championship. Guys like Julius Creed in an ambulance match.
I still can't get into NXT, but I still try. I'm watching Raw and I'm watching SmackDown, but NXT is like, I don't know, it's a developmental league, but it's just like, I don't know, I'm not invested in the characters in the show and just the show presence, so it's hard for me to get involved when it's, like that, but I still try. Eagles John with a tenor. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I'm a rough and tough fighting champion. Where my next dog at? Step up. Where my dog's at? You're the absolute worst, and we're sick of you. Well, excuse me, mates. What do you two wankers want?
Eagles John, $10 dono on the Cash App. I mean, if it wasn't for people like Sarah and Eagles John and Mike and, some of those people, man, things would be definitely more challenging. Makes it a lot more enjoyable when we can have our little click. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $10 dono. My boy. Appreciate you.
It's the bomb. It's the circumstance. Ron, our moment in the sun to bask in the glory, bask in the rays of success. Not like you, not like Wesley.
Nachos look amazing, on point. I was thinking about doing like a chicken tortilla soup. We got this really bomb place about 10 minutes away from my house, and it's costs like 12 or 13 bucks. You get a pretty big container of it though. And you can have leftovers, and it's just so cheesy, and the broth is just on point. And I know sometimes for something like that, that's kind of spendy, but I mean, if it's fresh and good, I mean, it's worth every fucking dollar, even at that 12, 13 mark. Normally for something like that, appropriate price is like $5 to like $9, but sometimes these people will put more chicken in there. And if you're getting a lot of, ingredients in there, then, I don't mind as long as they're good quality ingredients and I'm getting a lot of chicken with the tortilla, then yeah, fuck it, man. I'll pay the 12 or 13, and it's worth like $20. It's like a $20 soup. So if that tells you anything, like who the fuck pays $20 for a soup? Fucking no one, unless you're at a restaurant and you have to, because that's what their prices are. But it is very, very good. I've never found another spot that does a better one. And yeah, it's very on point. And we got some like taqueria places and like food cart places, and each place has got their own thing. Like Sanchez Taqueria has got the best street tacos, either carne asada, el pastor, or any type of method with the shredded beef, the shredded pork, chicken, el pollo. There's that spot, but then there's others that will have like the chicken tortilla soup that they do it better at another spot. Even though Sanchez Taqueria is like our best one in Oregon. They got, the #1 rating as best taco joint in Oregon out of like the 300 plus or whatever. They have like some foodie bloggers that, go to like most of them, and then they vote. And then once a year, there'll be one taco place that gets the best in every state. It's a big honor, if you're that one that gets picked too. And all their shit is straight from Mexico. They're all like transports that were, taking their Mexican heritage and culture and bringing it to Oregon and then opening it here. And yeah, it is always a line. And it's worth it. And then they also have the bakery there. So on the other side of the register, they got the bakery side. So you can get your churros or any other Mexican bakery pastries. And if you've never had like Mexican pastries, Latino pastries, my gosh, it's I don't even know how to describe it, because there's regular like pastries that you get, but they got their own like twist on what they have for pastries. And if you've never had it, pretty special. And they make them fresh there every day. So there's another reason why people come there. They're going to get their taco and their burrito fix, right? Or nachos or whatever they want, or beer. Lots of beer sold there. But it's that fucking bakery side, and they have like, I'm trying to think how many shelves they have with glass cases. So I think they have like 6 cases. So they have 2 or 3 doors that open up, and then you can, and they got 4 or 5 shelves on each row. So there's, 20 to 30 different items in the bakery, and amazing, man. I try not to eat too much of them because I know what's going to happen. I won't be able to eat just like one churro. I'll be eating like 3, and then I'm in trouble. So, but I've never been to a place that's got a bakery as good as theirs. Like bakery was like, oh wow, it's like everything is good on this side, and then you don't even assume that will be. Yeah, you think it'll be okay, but yes, thank you so much. 123.
The show sucks. There's no way tonight you get any love.
Our Truth is coming out. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah. What's up? What's up? What's up? Fucking Our Truth, dude. What's up? Yeah, Booker T. In. Damn, they're gonna have Our Truth wrestle? Holy shit. Our Truth old as hell, too. Our Truth like 50 years old, still going out there like he's like 18. He's gonna be like me. Fucking Our Truth. I am interested to see Logan Paul and Roman, because I do think that he'll do a lot of high risk. So that's the whole thing. Like, he's not going to get the belt from Roman, and if they do give it to him, obviously they're trying to get views and followers, and it'll be like a kind of like a scheme behind a scheme. Like, that Roman is the best, but if you want to be able to get Logan's followers to actually follow WWE and like watch, what a better way to put the belt on a guy that doesn't deserve it. That's a good talker. At some point, they may give him a belt. It's to their best interest. It's like Pat McAfee, doing his thing. Like, you want to be associated with the people that, have a good following. Interesting to see. But I know that Logan Paul, just like Bad Bunny and some of the others that have come in and done some of the wrestling as like a part-timer or entertainer, have done a really good job. Pat McAfee, awesome. Bad Bunny, awesome. And I actually think Logan Paul he'll do some crazy like backflip shit or a front flip into a table. Like, there's going to be some high risk. So 2 more, man. Absolutely.
Well, my office gives us free bagels.
That's cool. Laundry juice, the bargain jug. That's a huge jug of detergent. Yeah, isn't it a bargain? You know that bargain detergent is 85% water, right? Really? It's this much water. So I'm just paying for water with soap. That's why I use Tide Pods. They're super concentrated, so I'm paying for clean, not water. Bingo. Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. It's gotta be Tide Pods.
Hey, thanks for helping me out.
Of course, you can easily get helpful customer service over the phone or on the Progressive app, pretty much anywhere. Even at the library or the coffee shop. Get great customer support at the park or at this coffee shop.
Why would we go to a different coffee
Well,
shop?
order for J Money.
So is one of these places going to be my car again? Or?
Right, even at your car. Come on, I saw you eyeing these stones earlier. Huh? You get it.
Oh, Marco's Pepperoni Magnifico. Classic and old world pepperoni.
She looks good.
And that Parmesan seasoning. The phrase slice of heaven comes to mind. Marco's pizza lovers, kids.
Yeah, it was a great win, man. Utter domination, baby.
Tina knows things are broken, but she's a fixer to tackle Oregon's challenges, fight for the values we share.
All right, we got 18 minutes to go.
Paid for by friends of Tina Kotek 4792.
All right, where else do we want to go food-wise for the last 18? You guys decide. I got plenty of options. I'll just keep doing random Mexican pieces of greatness.
Congress, there's more to tax. If she wins, less for you. Congressional leadership is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Tina Kotek called for a state of emergency.
Oh my God, these political things. Please end, man. Annoying.
Plans for housing and addiction, and I trust Tina Kotek to do it.
Tina's got a plan.
She's here to build a better Oregon. Paid for by friends of Tina Kotek 4792.
USA presents the perfect cocktail for a damn good time.
This fish taco looks amazing.
One part outrageous gimmicks and a slice of fun.
Take your spanking. Come here.
Armageddon begins December 5th on USA.
Yeah, he's still rapping. After the whole commercial break, he's still going. Fucking Buc-ee's. Fuck out of here. That pulled pork on the left, the brisket on the right. I can look at this for the last 16 minutes. Shout out to Eagles John for being extra Eagles. Eagles look good on the channel. It's cool to be able to see him have success after all the haters were writing him off. Oh, we're just going to draft another one. He sucks. It's like, dude, he got you to the playoffs, like when you guys shouldn't have even been there. The patient Eagle fans understand. The impatient ones, those are the ones you have to worry about. Want instant results, no matter if there's not all the pieces there. Results every year, no excuses. Doesn't matter if the starting quarterback's hurt or half the line is gone. Nope. Still got to win it all. Unusual, high expectations from that Eagles fan base. And then they get all worked up when they don't get those expectations. Well, what did you think was going to happen? All your guys are hurt. You're going to win the Super Bowl? Doesn't work like that. But they got a bright future, man. It's going to be one of the funnest teams to watch in the NFC for the next 5 to 8 years. It'll be like, you're going to watch that team do amazing things, and they're not going to win it every year, obviously, but they should be pretty competitive. At least every year, every other year, they should be there, unless they have some serious injuries. I like Jalen. It's kind of crazy to hear about how many Eagle fans were just willing to give up on him. It's like, gosh, man, sometimes quarterbacks take 3-4 years to develop. Not everyone's going to be, Mahomes or, just that instant success. Like, not everyone is Patrick Mahomes. We all wish we had Patrick Mahomes.
Archer got quite the back and forth on Raw with Hall of Famer JBL and Baron Corbin, but has brought the energy here tonight and just got dropped by Waller. And there's that arrogant smile on the face of the arrogant Ozzy. And I'll say this, somebody said Waller is his own worst enemy at times.
And I agree with that. I mean, sometimes you got to be able to get out of your own way, pick it, matches like this. I wouldn't say he's the best matchmaker or anything like that, but if you can get a win, you put yourself on the map.
Look at Truth, though, just frustrating Waller. And the veteran experience of our Truth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Eagles John is Eagles John.
Truth taking it to the air.
My God. Truth didn't get all of that right there. I'm wondering, the Truth.
Did he get enough of it? Just wiped out Waller. Don't miss a second of the action in this picture commercial break.
My pizza was chaperone. That's the biggest one we make.
Take those $80 from every chaperone to the Papa John's Foundation.
Hey, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe it'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody say this slice. Where'd it come from?
It's Walmart's Black Friday deals for days. Every Monday, huge deals will go live. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early.
I'm proud of that year because that was the year that I started, and people were already getting on me from year one, thinking I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about, or I'm a time traveler, or I got some ESP shit. But I told people on the first year, and that's why I have so many Eagle fans that ride with me. I told them that the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl and they're going to win big. And no one said that. Everyone was like, well, Patriots, Brady, or if the Eagles win, it'll be like barely by like a field goal at the end. That's what, most people were saying, or they were hoping. But I was like, no, man. I was like, they got a better O-line. They got a better D-line. They got the defense. I didn't predict, slick Nick Foles, doing the Philly, but everything else. I said, if they have a clean game, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, and then on top of that, you had the four horsemen and Jay Ajayi, and I was like, they're going to win by 9 or 10. They're going to win by big, and they did, and everyone fucking lost it. Like, people were sending me fucking Philly cheesesteak shit, like, overnight from places and stuff after the win, and, it was a good way to start out, considering I, picked the right team and by pretty much the exact amount that they ended up winning by. And normally I can't do that. Normally I'm not going to predict exactly the score or like 1 point off. Usually, I won't even attempt it because unless I really feel like I know, but I can definitely get the winners correct in championship games all the time. That's like the easiest thing to me. I probably should start betting. so that way I can win some more money and give away some cool stuff. Get some more jerseys. Jalen Hurts jersey giveaway. See, that would be awesome. Eagles John is celebrating like he's here. Insert me there. Like, I like places near water. I'm a water kind of guy. You know, my first job was doing crawdads, crayfish at 12, making $20 an hour with my dad and my dad's buddy. You know, working 3 hours, getting $60 a day. And then it was an hour ride there, an hour ride back. Didn't get paid for that, but I did get free corn dogs and big gulps. So, and candy. So I was good. But this water, like, that's why I want to go to Maine. I just want to post up with my friends and, you know, just be able to see the view and eat fresh, whatever. For me, more, it would be not necessarily this, but I would try some, but I would be more like lobster tail, crispy shrimp, crab and stuff, just making sure I have all the goodies, a little bit of everything.
Visit surflow.com/careers. Apply today.
Yes. I think, well, 17 did spawn some shit fans, but also it was the older ones too. You know, I think some fans are delirious and they honestly think that their team is going to win every year. Like, really, like, no, it's our year. Like, they really, and it's not, they're not even trolling. Like, they just are overly confident for whatever reason, you know, maybe lack of reading or lack of just being in touch with what's going on. But every team has got some questionable pieces. So, oh, no worries. Where are you at? You're at a hotel, and then you're going to go to one more spot to get home, or at the airport. $20 holla. Did you buy any last minute jerseys or memorabilia before you went? Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'll throw up a couple photos of some Seahawks here for you. Game is over. Phillies won 7-0. So I was going to end the stream at the 4-hour mark, but if we have enough people in here and we're still vibing, I'll stay until the 5-hour mark. If Sarah wants to leave in 8 minutes, that's completely fine. I know you have to wake up early in the morning, but we'll just kind of play it by ear. But as long as I have enough people in the room, I don't mind going for a little bit longer. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I just beat a 20-year vet in our truth, and I did that on my own.
Appreciate the support.
NXT is Grayson Waller's house, and ain't nobody gonna change that.
NXT this evening. Of course, Grayson Waller is all smiles. Grayson Waller is very happy with what he has done. You know, hope he will get support on our truth and his medical status later on. Evidence as uncomfortable as that was to watch just moments ago. I had a very uncomfortable situation last night. I had to sit down and talk with him. I want to welcome the NXT universe to a very unique sit down with Schism. Joe Gacy, Rick Fowler, Jagger Reed, of course, Ava Rain, and Ava, you've been the talk of social media. I mean, no one thought you were under that mask. No one thought you were under that red hood. I've known you since the very first day you stepped foot in the Performance Center. And there's others here in the Performance Center that have known you even longer. And all of us have the same question. Why Schism? Why now?
Nobody knew that it was me. Everyone thought they knew everything, and I showed them they know nothing. I've been around WWE my entire life, and nobody ever took the time to get to know me until I met Joe, Rip, and Jagger. They were the only people who took the time to see the real me. You know, when I first started training at the Performance Center, I suffered a devastating injury, so bad that I had to have surgery. You know who texted me? You know who called me? You know who checked on me? This new guy, Joe Casey. I didn't hear anything from anybody who claims they've known me for years.
I don't mean it like that.
Then how do you mean it? Because you didn't ask Rip, you didn't ask Jagger why they joined Joe Casey. No, you only asked me. So why should I sit here answering your questions when you're not even listening to me? You're just making assumptions like everybody else.
Well, I have a question for the group. I'll start with Joe Gacy. You must be loving the national attention, the new spotlight, Schism receiving since the debut of Abe Rain.
Ever before, we have harsh for people.
First of all, I didn't allow out of Kenneth Grimes, and we are going to follow through.
Championship material. What you mean by it? That's it. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Great job for that next guard. This guest list has been painstaking.
This is very awesome day, Chef.
Starting with your digestive system. Metamucil's plant-based fiber forms a gel to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down, helps lower cholesterol, and promotes healthy blood.
Yes, thank you so much.
While its collagen peptides help support your joint structures. So start feeling lighter and more energetic.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that raw either. I mean, like for me, I love seafood and whatnot, you know, more than most people, but I don't know. I mean, there's other crispy shrimp or lobster or crab that I would rather go that route rather than, but some people love that shit. Like they're addicted to it. It's not even for like the sexual side effects of some of the stuff with like oysters and whatnot, but you know, for libido. But I think that, yeah, is texture and taste. It's not going to be for everybody for sure. It's not like, I don't think most people are like, you know, they're going to go out of their way to get them unless you like have had the best of them before or you got a spot. But some people can do it. Hotel near the airport, fly home this time. Okay, nice. Good. Well, that's good. That way you get some chance to be in a room and watch TV and just like relax and whatnot.
When you can't sleep,
Yeah, we already got plenty. So lots of memories. It's cool, you know, go back to Australia, get a chance to go to California and Washington.
so you can wake up refreshed for better sleep like never before.
Raw, fresh shucked, lemon salt, I bet. I trust you, man. I mean, I watch a lot of food programs and I love Gordon Ramsay. I can watch Gordon Ramsay for like, I'm not even joking. I'm not sure if it's like healthy, but I can watch easy like 4 to probably 8 hours straight of shows. I mean, as long as they're new or like I haven't seen it, but usually you would just watch them in an hour at a time because I try to keep up with the ones that come out live. I don't like to watch it like in a whole season in a weekend. It's like every week I'm looking forward to that next episode, who's getting eliminated and whatnot, what's being cooked and, you know, what are they cooking and whatnot. And sometimes you get little pointers and whatnot and get hungry.
Pizza Hut isn't pizza at all. It's cheesy, so crispy, loaded with toppings, and just $6.99. Enough for two, price for one.
Yeah. And plus, you know, with your insane fandom for the Seahawks, you know, like sometimes, you know, you're going to have bad seasons. Sometimes you're going to have great seasons. Sometimes it's going to look like you're going to be horrible and you end up being really good. And, you know, salute to you, you know what I mean? Like even Seahawks fans didn't think that they would be this good, but there was always like hope and belief that instead of maybe winning 3 to 5 games, maybe closer to 6 to 10 games, but you just didn't know how it was going to happen, but you just hoped that, you know, something would come together. And a good chunk of it has come from the Seahawks defense being much better as each game is going on. They're improving and getting better on top of what you're going to be getting out of the offensive line and Geno and the coaching staff. So good for you, man. I enjoyed watching that game against the Giants. I mean, I still have Geno as my guy, and it's going to be him and Herbert and maybe someone else. So possibly, but you know, it's a good thing to see. And I still have Myers as kicker. Now Myers went being from 7th to 5th to 3rd. Now he's the number 1 kicker in the NFL. See, I told you, I have that vision, that ESP, where I can see it before it happens. And I picked him up, you know, like a month ago, and I was like, this guy has trajectory where he could be the number 1 kicker or number 2 in the NFL, and he is now. So you got a lot of things going for the team at the moment, not just Geno not just Pete Carroll, but like defensive players, offensive line, the kicker. That's a big deal. Kicker is good. That's huge. That helps you win games right there. It's got to be able to showcase that spotlight where it doesn't get, like offensive line never gets love. You're going to live and die with the, the Geno, but it's that lineman though. That Charles Cross might be, and Abraham Lucas. I mean, I think I might, man, I mean, you just dream to have guys that are going to be good on the line and then you can build around them. Doesn't happen very often.
So tonight, I got you another match with Kiana James. Tell me how you feel, Taya.
Mr. Chase, something just doesn't feel right. Who's gonna carry the flower?
On to it, Mr. Chase. Let's go! Chase you. I guess it's gotta come on, 3 o'clock.
They might need to switch to decaf on the campus and Chase you.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind also, though, that if the offensive line wasn't this good, then the team is nowhere near where they are right now. And Geno obviously having a clean pocket. This is the first time he's had one since West Virginia. So that's why most people were thinking that it wasn't going to be good because he's never been good. So you can be an all-time believer and fan, but even the most hardcore Seahawk fans did not think that they were going to be this good. And if they did, they didn't know how, because it wasn't necessarily just laid out on paper like, okay, they're good here, that's good here. Like it kind of has given birth, on its own. And that's a good thing, coming out of nowhere, coming out of left field. And now you just got to keep it up. And now instead of like a full-blown rebuild, now it's like you're just stacking. And that's a good feeling to think that you're not in like that first 5 pick category where you're going to make the playoffs. And if you keep building, you don't have to have that rebuild. So that's a huge thing, because when you have a rebuild, it usually takes 3 to 4 years to like bounce back. But now with things in the trajectory of the team and the rest of the teams in the division, every year will be a new year. I mean, you guys can end up winning, 10 games or more, and then end up next year winning 5. I mean, football is cruel with injuries and things that happen in free agency. So we'll find out. But I like what I see. And there's a reason I have Geno Smith on my team. And there's a reason why I have Jason Myers, the kicker, on my team. It's not about team, it's about individual analytics and statistics and production. And I don't care what team it is, Buccaneers, Seahawks, Niners, who cares? But if they produce, I'm looking, and it's awesome to see, people. I wish Cross would get a little bit more love. The further you guys get, the more they'll talk about him and Abraham Lucas.
Attempted some hostile takeover. That's what it's all about. It's about coming in and people. What I like about the other day, looking like a boss, walking like a boss, talking like. Can I get an application? What? Chase you for this job? Yeah, like I said, cover hook and legs. Not in your fault. Kiana James, I'm sure, is always taking applications for all the help she can get. Word in the locker room, though, is James can't be trusted. Well, not about having friends or anything like that. It's about stepping on the next man or woman to get to the top, because it's about checks.
It's good that we get to see what he looks like, because I don't think most people in NFL circles, that's why I love having this channel, being able to express the importance of offensive line and defense and coaching and kickers and punters and coaching and how big coaching really is. And you never are going to get any show on the internet or Twitch or YouTube or even on a national platform like ESPN or Fox Sports or CBS or anywhere that really shows love to like linemen first instead of linemen last or not at all. And that's what makes it cool. Plus, I like to be able to put a face and a name to a number. So that way, okay, kind of has a Mike Evans. He kind of looks like a Mike Evans a little bit, so Cross just looks like a fucking beast athlete. Looks like a Hall of Fame fucking left tackle, left guard. He just looks like a solid left side of the piece guy. But man, it's those tackles. One on the left, one on the right, no expectations. And then they end up being two of the best this season on top of giving Geno a clean pocket, baby. Defense also is stepping up too. Yeah. He's starting to make a name for himself. And if he can keep it up, he will be known in circles as, being that sleeper pick that you guys got. And you guys have done that in the past with guys like Richard Sherman, where you can find these guys that are no-namers, but it's a perfect fit. And then they end up exceeding expectations and being like Pro Bowl, All-Pro, Hall of Fame type of talent. And I don't know if Tariq is there yet, but he is playing out of his mind. And I'll tell you what, that's one of the steals in the draft for sure. They look good on the screen. I like looking at different options. I don't like to look at the same things. I want to make sure I see different teams, different photos, different, camera angles. I really am a fan of all 32. I mean, if I didn't love this game as much as I do, I wouldn't do all the reading and the film study on every team if I didn't really love it. You want to be able to connect with the most hardcore fans of their fan base. And most people can't because they're just not on the level of the hardcore people. Because the hardcore people are hardcore. They're, doing more reading. They're doing more film. Their support is on another level. Yeah. Well, Cross we knew was going to be their staple on the line. That's what they drafted him for, to be the, Trent Williams, the Tyron Smith, like the dude, right? The main guy on the line you build around that has his blind side. But then you don't expect Abraham Lucas to be anything, just a project. And then he starts doing what he's doing, and it's a kind of a snowball effect. And even though I'm not a Seahawk fan, I live here in Oregon, so I see everything Seahawks here. If you live in Oregon or Washington, everything is Seahawk related, or Mariners, Ducks, Beavers, or if you live in Washington, Huskies, Cougars. But we get a lot of coverage, so I'm always reading. I'm always paying attention. Yeah, I got to hit you with the college photo because most people never have seen him in college, never heard of him until the Seahawks and his breaking out party. People don't even know where the hell UTSA is, but it doesn't matter. That's another great part of having the platform, to be able to, show things that no one else will, All right. Well, we're past the 4-hour mark. So I was thinking, about probably ending the stream around the 4-hour mark, but I wanted to make sure that we took care of Megan with her dono and went from there. Let's go through some of the photos here real quick. And I think we'll probably just I want to make sure that people are fresh because I'm going to be doing World Series tomorrow, and I'm doing World Series and Eagles coverage on Thursday. So I can definitely go for 5, 6, 7 hours, but sometimes I got to be able to spend some time with the puppy and do some things around the house and whatnot. Watch a few other shows. Life Below Zero, that's the first thing I'm going to watch. Love that show. Pete, you're a good coach. And, there's been times where you haven't been a good coach at times. Same thing with Schneider at GM. But I'll give you this. Pete Carroll knows how to connect with his players. And when they brought in Dr. Oz and they ended up doing the reading your mind and figuring out DK's passcode and thinking of things in like ESP form, that shit was awesome. I don't know if anyone else has seen it besides me and Megan, because I know she's watched it because she's a Seahawk fan. It shows you how loose Pete is with his players, and he's more of a grandpa father figure. Like, it's not like buddy either. It's like, it's a respect and a discipline, but you can be like friendly, and be bros out there. And, he's like one of the guys out there, and you can tell. And there's been times where the Seahawk fan base and other fan bases were wondering, okay, what's going on? Why aren't they going O-line or defense or drafting running back, right? And there was times of, rumors of swirling of people getting fired or different options to be looked at. But that type of connection, when you can bring in someone like that, like a guy that does ESP type stuff and can read your mind, is like a mentalist. The shit was wild. If you haven't seen the video, I would recommend it. You just have to go to the Seahawks, I think Instagram or Twitter, and they have it there. And it shows, it was on Twitter as well if you look it up. And DK, like, he literally figures out his passcode to get into his phone. Nobody knows it. He just walked into the room and literally figured it out like instantly. And like, you know, asking questions and, you know, and then, you know, getting someone else to answer. Pretty cool stuff, you know, when you can have a bond with your players to keep them loose like that, where they can feel like relaxed and have someone like that do something like a magic show, like a David Blaine, but it doesn't have to be like as David Blaine hardcore. But very, very cool. If you guys have ever seen that show, I would recommend watching that episode. So, but I do appreciate you guys, Megan, Eagles, John, Sarah, Mike, everyone that has participated, that's in the room, JT and everybody else. I appreciate you guys. I will be back tomorrow around 5 p.m. Pacific time or slightly before, and then we'll go for another 4 to 5 hours. Do that again on repeat pretty much every day. Appreciate you guys and love you guys very much. Thank you for all your support, everyone that donated, everyone that commented, everyone that you know, was involved in the conversations today. You guys are the best. I appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your night. I'm definitely going to get a little bit of TV in, and I'm just trying to find my last piece. There it is. Shout out to Johnny with the beautiful thumbnail for Game 3, and I'll be back live for Game 4 tomorrow. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.